It's always nice to see people picking up their dog poop. They don't have to, you know. They by law they're supposed to, but you know, it's always nice when I see them picking it up in front of my place. Like, you know what? Hey, thanks, buddy. Thank you for not leaving that there. Sometimes I want to just open the door and be like, hey, thank you, dude. A lot of people don't care. Meow. Meow. You just got done jumping on my back. Good thing I clipped her nails recently. Who was the first one here? Who was the first one here? Sister T, you get the gold medal, Northwest Media. Silver, followed by golden coin with the bronze. And our honorable mention, Miss Bunkle. Gotta mention Bunkle, she was here. Fourth. You can tell I really need to do laundry because I got the Memphis shirt on, which is like 2 sizes too small for me. I'm representing. It was a gift from one of my neighbors. His wife bought it for him when she was out there, and it didn't fit him, so he gave it to me. It didn't fit me either, but I'm from Memphis, so it makes more sense that I have it, I guess. Memphis. Home. I don't even know what the fuck it says, actually. I should. Home of the blues, birthplace of rock and roll. Forget the barbecue, though. Barbecue and blues is what I like to say. Because the blues ain't the same without the barbecue. The barbecue sure ain't the same without the blues. You been to the Peabody? Nice. Check out. Oh, I used to have a pin from the Peabody Hotel up here on the desk. I wonder where it went. Here's right here. Here's out. Peabody. Memphis, Tennessee. Wait, what is it? Oh, this says Peabody Hotel on it. Really nice pins that they had sitting right next to the, like, they were free pins. They were sitting next to the phone. It writes really well too. My girlfriend at the time, she has extremely good penmanship, and she knew good pens when she saw one, and she picked that one up and wrote with it. And she was like, "Oh my god, this is a nice pen for a disposable." I was like, you know what, a little souvenir ski. We weren't even staying there, of course, to show her the ducks. I remember I took a bunch of their napkins too. They had like, dude, their napkins were like high quality, super high quality Viva Kleenex napkins or something, like super thick. I felt like they had cotton inside of them, so I took like a stack of those too as souvenirs. I was using them for the longest in my car. I'd have them for different things. Yeah, it's a super sweet hotel. That's where presidents stay when they go to Memphis. It's the presidential hotel. They like, there's a presidential suite at the very top next to the ducks where you can like have your own apartment. A huge, like, it's like a 2-story apartment or something on top of that thing, on the top of the building. Have you seen that? I think it's like either right on the other side from the ducks or right next to them. because the ducks sleep on the roof. Anybody doesn't know about the Peabody Hotel? It's historical. It's got ducks, and the ducks come by. They come downstairs every like I don't know how many hours. It'll be duck time, and they'll bring them all. They'll march them all from upstairs to the fountain downstairs, so everybody can see the ducks in the lobby. There's a piano player down there, and it's super fancy, opulent. The ducks go back up and live back on the roof. One of my jobs when I was a youngster, we had a contract with them printing their shirts. That was pretty cool. Like we were their shirt printer, and we were a really small printing shop too. So that was kind of neat that we had their contract. Cute little shirts we were making. I wish I had one today. Because we weren't anywhere near them either. We were in like in another suburb city, and still had that contract. So, like printing their shirts. Hey, what am I watching right now? Holy shit! For a second, I was like, where's the food at? I'll be right back. I'm gonna put it out there. Like, who took the food? Go that way. Oh, go. Simon is 12.4 pounds now. He's gaining weight very fast. Almost concerning because I think his ideal weight's at 12, but from my understanding, I'm supposed to feed him as much as he wants to eat. So, oh, whatever. I fatten him up now. Eating nearly as much as he used to, but that could be because he's getting enough thyroid medication now and he's back to normal. But I'm definitely not giving him as much water as I was when he was eating the Z-Wheat. And thyroid medication was out of whack. He would have also been eating too much food. So that could have increased his urine output dramatically as well. He would have been losing weight even though he was eating more calories. So Sweet Pea still has probably at least three times the urine output that he does every night. No fail. It's always going to happen. That's a little concerning. She could have thyroid. She could have diabetes. She could have an obsession with drinking water. But I won't know until her first 1-year appointment. Do I need to clip those nails? Get your butt over here. Oh, it's this. That one. Purple. Sharp one. Oh, that's a sharp one. Hey, you. Get you later. Left paw. Second toe still feels a little sharp. Alright. This is way more than males. I mean, hopefully that's it, dude. He used to drink more though, but now, like, that's got me a little bit concerned. Way good morning, Brody. Got me a little concerned, and Bill. Good morning. That he, like, I really want him to have lots of fluids. He might have a UTI right now. Even I was reading yesterday. That's one of the reasons why cats might lick their abdomen. But he's licking his legs a lot too, though. So the salmon oil, I have some Icelandic, high dollar, dude. Like, you can get cheap oil for your cat, or you can get this stuff. Apparently, I don't know. I asked my vet which product she recommended particularly, and she said something in a can. I couldn't remember exactly. She wrote it down, but it's kind of sloppy. But it says Icelandic, no flavor. I remember she said it was in a can and not a can. So I'm like, okay, a can. I'm looking for something that's in metal and not in plastic, and that's what I found. And for a little one, it was like $20, but it's worth a shot, man. Because he's really picky with flavors, so it's the unflavored nature of it that's the expensive. What makes it expensive, apparently. And it's Icelandic. That makes it. Chrissy, why does he do that? Hell. So I guess here today. Thankfully, Fluffy's already walked past the plate, so she can go get her dry food wherever she's normally getting it. Well, the waters are cleaner. Oh, I see. Really? So like when you guys go get salmon, do you prefer Icelandic salmon over your own? Over like Canadian salmon? Y'all have salmon there too, right? I've never actually seen Canadian salmon in the store. It's always Alaskan. I guess it's probably cheaper for us to buy Alaskan because of whatever trade agreement we have with y'all. Do you even have? You have to have them, right? Nobody there likes your salmon. Yeah, that's the only cod liver that I've had was Icelandic. It was alright. What is she doing? Come on, girl. There she is, my dude. I miss Tux. Even though he just, I really hope he's alright, man. The last night I was looking up coyote droppings, and out of the many different pictures, because it can look different depending on their diet, I saw one that had these seeds in it. It looked exactly like some stuff that I've seen out here that I've always been like, what the hell is this stuff? These weird small seeds. And yeah, that was one of them. It's if they're eating berries or something, it'll look like that because they're omnivores. Oh, too bad seeds. Well, yeah, she might have got Tux might have gotten eaten by a coyote, dude. Possibly. I did hear something really strange. I don't know if it was that night or not, because everything just kind of blends in together now. But it was around that time I heard a really like kind of like death screech kind of thing going on. But like it could have been anything. It could have been a tire. It could have been a. It was while I was sleeping. I woke up to it. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" That sounded really eerie. Like, and then it didn't last very long, you know. And then I went back to sleep. So I don't know. I hope he didn't get fucking eaten by a coyote, dude. These other cats, the way that they're showing up now so quickly, it's as if they know that he's gone. They all know. Uh, they might even heard it happen if it happened, and because cats don't travel far, dude. They just don't. Dogs, at the most, might have traveled what, maybe a half a mile away. I doubt he would even go that far to look for a mate, because there's plenty of cats around here to mate with. I knew something was up when he didn't show up for the first 2 days. I feel like something was up when he didn't show up the first morning. What do you want, man? Twice now I've gotten up to let him in. He just ran off. Would they eat him? Like all of him? And there wouldn't be even a trace? Is that how this works? When coyotes. Man, dude. I'm looking into it. Do coyotes eat all of a cat? Don't eat an entire cat. So how much of it do they eat? Somebody might have not called it in as a house pet then if it was half-eaten cat. I might have called it in as a wild animal pickup. How much of the cat do they eat normally? There would be fur. There would have probably been fur in the well, it didn't necessarily have to happen in the backyard. So it could have happened. I don't think it would have happened in the backyard actually because that was a really safe place for him, which is why he hung out back there all the time. But he liked to roam around, so it could have happened anywhere. And if he was half mangled and eaten, somebody could have turned it in. Especially if the head was all mangled, they might have thought he was a skunk or something. I don't know. Black and white, mangled looking thing of meat on the side of the road. Okay, Simon, if you fucking run away on me again, fuck. Jesus. Get out of the way. Stop doing that. Asshole. Oh, to you. Hey. It's like mama's full. Alright. Saving some for the rest. I like how she. You know what? I've always liked how mama does that. Like Tux, if that had been Tux, he would have probably eaten like half of one and then went on to the next and eaten half of that one. Yeah, mom was back eating good, chilling under the house like she used to back in like. Yeah, makes you think they know somehow, like they heard it. Maybe they saw it. Maybe if a human did it, maybe they even saw it. Maybe some human didn't like Tux coming and eating all the feral cat's food. They saw Tux as a nuisance, probably because always maybe he wasn't part of their colony, so he might have been tussling with them over there somewhere else. The dry food bowl. Yeah, it is weird though. She wasn't hanging out under the house at all for the past like what month and a half it seemed. It's a no sugar added carrot juice, but it's super sweet for not having sugar. Man, why don't we have carrot sugar? There's so much sugar in there. Yeah, I'm surprised we don't have carrot sugar on the market to add to like dishes and stuff, like concentrated carrot sugar, a little carrot flavor to it. Are we gonna need to invent that? I bet it exists. I'm looking. Everything exists already, dude. There we go. Carrot sugar. It's a thing, or at least it should be. Let me explain how the magical orange dust came into existence. Say, a few weeks ago, I was working on developing a recipe of carrot cupcakes. So they candy using up this candied carrot peel. I pretty immediately thought, I wonder what would happen if I ground this candied carrot peel back into sugar. That's what they did. So they made something that's like carrot sugar. So I'm not the only one thinking about it. I got all kinds of pictures. This was 2016. One medium-sized carrot contains 2.9 grams of sugar. 4 grams is a teaspoon, it says. I thought it was 7 grams was a teaspoon. She wants it. She could smell it. Man, she's got such a keen sense of smell. She knows that there's something different in here. See her? She is amazing, dude. She, like, when I had eggnog in here, she was like, whoa, what you got over there? I smell something. She's so inquisitive and curious about everything. I think more than Simon was. You want to smell it? Hey, nice Decepticon. 2012. And I wish I'd have made Tux a little shelter. Hey, no putting your face in my cup, essay. Get out. No! Okay, that's enough of that. Oh my god, all it would have taken was a little on the floor. How do you clean up carrot juice? Is that oh man, I got lucky right there. Carrot flavored sanding sugar. Not the same though, is it? Dude. I mean, they're not the same though, because they give you the ability to hang out with friends and family because, or with people that are still working. So there's still more of a celebratory occasion because on the weekdays you're unable. Sometimes those people aren't able to do anything. So that's why I'm still able to like celebrate Friday because I know you guys have a lot of you guys have Friday and Saturday off. So now, hey, maybe we get to hang out a little bit more. Not have to worry about working together because you don't have to work, and that's awesome. What makes every day the same for me are these cats. Not going to work every day doesn't do that. I mean, I guess some would consider this some sort of like work because I'm doing it every day, just streaming. And there are steps I have to take to do it. It doesn't just happen. I don't just go, boop. Hey guys, I'm back. Sing for the people. You're stuck. You're so stuck there. Can't move her back live. Her tail's still moving. She's happy. There you go. See, she didn't even run off. I'm a cat guru. I'm a cat. Beep, 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 beep. No, no. Whitey though. Hey, stop, dude. Sometimes, like, when she doesn't get what she wants, she starts biting shit. She's always been like that. And right now, what she wants is my carrot juice. Cat. Hey, we have 99 subs. By the way, Kitty Cam, 99.
And they will be
we're in the command post. When
Anything worth this shit on? Well, let's hear what this dumb lady has to say. Hold up. Karen Bass. I just want to hear what the DEI, the main DEI in charge, has to say. Well, Bill, start working at home then. What do you mean? You can still work if you want. You can still figure it out, man. A little side hustle, a little tax-free gig. Don't you have tools or woodworking shit or like something you used to do as a hobby that you could turn into something that where you're selling it? Salesman is the highest paid position on the planet. The highest paid people in the world are salesmen. That's pretty cool, huh? Over everybody else. The people that sell stuff. Can't get what at home. No lasers, man. That is true. Get what at home. Listen, lady. You can't have my carrot juice. You want to smell my... Yeah, you can't have that. All right, go. Oh, she's not going to leave because she wants my carrot juice. Mm-mm. Now, let me see. Is carrot juice okay for cat? Girl, Basset up. Put the old Basset hound herself up. That's the wrong one.
Road.
Oh.
To rebuild. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words. Thank you, Chair Barger. All of us here are working urgently and around the clock to confront this ongoing firestorm. And when we are on the front lines, when we're in the command posts, when we're in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelinos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelinos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy.
Yeah, and it's even the natural carrot one. I'm looking here at the AI overview because they have artificial flavored juices, commercial carrot juice, and whatnot. And it's actually the natural one. It's 100% just like cold pressed carrot juice. You know what I mean? No added anything. But even then, it says this juice has no health benefits for cats, even though it's healthy for humans. Oh, while a lick of carrot juice probably won't harm your cat, a large amount could result in diarrhea and vomiting. Upset stomach include. So I could let her have a lick of it, but that might just make her want it even more. But you can mix soft cooked carrots into your cat's regular food or spoon them on top. The amount of carrots should not exceed 10% of the cat's food total calories. Yeah, dude, she's an excellent jumper.
People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With
Are
so
there
many
that
homes
many
and businesses
available?
lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively
Hold up.
rebuild.
Hold up. Full stop. You're telling me that Airbnb has 25,000, not just Airbnbs in the area, but vacant Airbnbs in the area right now. That seems to be a problem, dude. So 25,000 minimum, probably more than that because some of them aren't vacant. Minimum, those houses could be up on the market helping. Dude, Airbnb fucked up the housing market more than anything, I think. That's crazy that we have that many available Airbnbs, dude, right now.
Is leading the city effort to clear the way.
Damn.
Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
This is the 3rd woman in a row to talk.
I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in
Oh, is this why Donald Trump is so orange? Does he drink a lot of carrot juice, maybe? Maybe that's what his thing is.
our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
What? What? No. Oh,
thank you, Supervisor.
What? LA County Fire Chief.
The Eaton Fire,
so
estimated acreage,
okay.
13.
So the LA City Fire Chief is a female. The LA County Fire Chief is a man.
15,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you.
We
currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined.
All of them are arson,
we are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag.
This idiot's triggering me with his facial expressions.
On Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped.
Does that help a deaf person understand shit?
We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the
drone didn't do that. The fucking thing fell apart, and now they're blaming us for it.
The leading edge of the wing,
they want to free plane
of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday.
You came down here with a broken plane. We should have inspected it first.
All of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal.
Bill said that shouldn't have caused a hole in the plane.
Our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our two large fire areas, and they will be
planes from Canada because America's fucking stupid.
Of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if
you fly a drone
at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. And we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barker and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves.
You said it yesterday that the drone wouldn't have caused a hole in the plane.
Property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
You want me to bring up your comment right now, Bill?
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained. Wind gusts are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hearst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment. All evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within the Los Angeles city have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles City firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Yeah, now Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk, and then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night, and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning, will take effect again until 6 p.m. I'm emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers, okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked. We are not screwing around with this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized. The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton fire area, and we're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was a lead in the Kenneth fire investigation, but they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now, the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. They will be there to help support, answer questions, and provide information as necessary. Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people related to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses, and evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures, controlling access, they are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and in that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said. In order to protect the homes of people who've been ordered to leave those homes, the sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again. If you want to take and go ahead and take advantage of people who have tragically suffered enormous losses in this county, the district attorney's office, working with law enforcement, will make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished. Drones. If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being targeted in GoFundMe scams by people who are trying to entice people to give money to people who have suffered when the people who are arranging this GoFundMe page are nothing but scammers. You must be aware of who you are being approached by and who you actually can go ahead and give your money to if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams. We'll see it with government benefit scams, and yes, they are going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Better do a good job, buddy.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want
I'm not voting
to
for you
publicly
next
thank
time.
the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time.
He's pretty much in office
My heart
because
goes
I
out to my
voted,
fellow
as is Trump.
Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes.
Dad, you can
Let me
thank
be
me
clear,
later.
my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started. This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder.
They're not made to? Wait, what is
all
this?
Property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery.
Do they have the ability to make insurance companies do that? Or are they just asking them to?
In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas.
He said he asked them. Words matter.
In my notice, I also urged insurers.
Urged. Dude, this isn't mandatory. He wants them to, he's begging them to do it. She should just say begged. I begged them.
To extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelinos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelinos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers, directing them to submit emergency plans to my department. These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state, and communities. Making homes and communities safer from wildfires needs to be a top priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly enacted insurance reforms are now in effect to make insurance rates more stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, 4th in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will.
We're the 4th largest insurance market in the fucking world? What does that mean? Anybody know what the hell that means? What the? I don't know. I don't like it. It doesn't feel wholesome.
Stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years.
Means a lot of people have insurance, or does it mean there are a lot of insurance companies here selling it? Because that's what it sounds like to me. And I think that the fact that we need so much insurance in California says that we have to walk on fucking eggshells because everybody wants to sue one another and capitalize off of people's downfall. What the fuck, man? Insurance companies are as bad as lawyers.
Recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear, once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have that we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov.
I bet a lot of people don't have insurance.
Together we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
But a lot of people are fucked right now.
LA County Assessor,
and that's why
Jeff Prang.
The housing market's going to get even worse here.
Good morning. Right now, government is very focused on bringing these fires under control, but in the coming days, the focus will return to recovery. Initial reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will...
As someone else yesterday pointed out, it's going to take 6 months minimum to get all this shit cleaned up and for everything to get finalized with these people. For building to start, it's going to take, they think, around 6 months. And because of that, if these people don't get a special provision put into their insurance policy stating that it'll also cover prices going up on stuff like lumber and labor, which it's bound to happen because everybody's going to be trying to build at the same time. They're going to be trying to buy lumber, trying to get labor all at the same time. So all that's going to go up in price, and they might not be covered for that part of it, the increase of everything. So, like, that's what they were talking about yesterday on the news, and that's something else. Like, these people have to maybe even put something in their policy and pay more per month now for the next 6 months to be able to be covered for an increase in how much dramatically prices are going to jump. This is all bad. So, therefore, house values are going to go up in that area now, too, because it will cost more to build the house.
Reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will soon become a major issue for the victims of the fires. Under California law, if your property, your home or your business has been damaged or destroyed, you may qualify for property tax relief under the Misfortune and Calamity Program. This program allows my office to reduce your assessed value of your property, which is what your taxes are based upon, to reflect the damage. Here are the key details. To qualify, the damage needs to exceed $10,000, and you must file a claim within 12 months. Once filed, we will investigate and verify the claim, determine the cost to cure, and then reduce the assessed value effective the date of the damage occurred. The reduction remains in place until the property is repaired, rebuilt, or undergoes a change in ownership. It does seem clear that we may need legislative help to ensure maximum benefits to victims, and I'm glad some legislators are here today. We would look forward to talking to them about making some of those fixes.
It's only right that they're doing what they're doing with this. You know what I mean? That's only right. Like, if all you have now is a fucking flat slab of concrete and some dirt and a chimney, yeah, your shit, maybe you shouldn't get taxed at the same rate that you were getting taxed. The fact that they're expediting it, it sounds like, or they're going to backtrack it to the date of the fire, I mean, that's cool, man. That'll save the people a little bit of money. I appreciate that. I'd appreciate it if I was in the situation.
The filing of this claim also facilitates coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, allowing taxpayers who pay property taxes directly, that is not through an impound account with their mortgage lender, to defer their current year property taxes without incurring penalties or interest. We are working closely with our county partners to identify impacted properties and will assist homeowners and businesses through every step of this process. For all claims, we aim to do that, process them as quickly as possible. Once the tax roll is updated, the auditor controller will recalculate the taxes. If you're due a refund, it will be issued, or if taxes remain owed, an adjusted bill with new due dates will be sent. My staff, who's here, has handouts with a lot of the information these programs detailed. I did want to also emphasize that you should not pay anybody to access these services. My office provides them all for free, and we can be reached at assessor.lacounty.gov or at 213-974-3211. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill.
Good morning.
Can we can we just have two dudes in a row? Whatever happened to having two dudes in a row on things? We had 3 females in a row earlier, and since then, at most, they've given us 1 dude, 1 female, 1 dude, 1 female. The DEI is strong as shit out here.
and the U.S. Fire Administration remains on the ground to support the response and recovery efforts here for these fires. And I just want to have a reminder, as the mayor said, President Biden, through a major disaster declaration, has committed to cover cost associated with...
And that's not a white female, all right? That's a woman of color also. So, as have all the... Wait, have all the sign language people been people of color too? I can't remember. The fat dude isn't. He's a DEI too. You know what I'm saying? That in itself is a DEI because they're trying to make fat all normalized and beautiful and shit. Just take the Ozempic. Just take the diabetic shot once a day. You'll be all right.
These fires at 100% for 180 days. For those who are affected and individual assistance, you can go to disasterassistance.gov, or if you prefer, to call someone, speak to someone directly. It is 1-800-621-3362. Our hearts remain with those who are affected, and certainly with the firefighters who continue the fight on the front lines. Helen, I'll turn it back to you.
I'll never see a white person signing. Oh, maybe because it's a gang sign thing. They just got it. They got it in their
Thank
blood.
you. In closing, I just have to say that
We're ending with
this
the
is
female.
called One Voice, and it's one voice because while it's focused on unincorporated Altadena and I know Palisades and Pasadena, we're working with our state and our federal partners to ensure that we are providing all the resources necessary. So I want to acknowledge people that are here today. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, our colleague who's here to support us. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete.
Lana.
Assembly Member Jessica Gabriel. And Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, who are here.
Jessica.
Did I miss anybody?
Yeah.
I think that's...
Dude,
So
there's
again, I
10
want to
women
thank you all, and
should have
with
been
that,
there
we're going to take
alongside
maybe
you
one
guys.
question because I know we've got to run out to Altadena, but
All these men, get the fuck rid of
why
them.
don't we go? Can we
Doing-
just, Supervisor, I'm so sorry. We'll just get a couple
And
over
then
here.
get naked.
2 or 3.
Start talking.
We'll do, by the way, we will do one-on-one interviews afterwards, okay? I will help you get the information you need. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Bring
My
sandwiches.
question is for Mayor Bass. Jonathan Migliotti with CBS News. Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people receive false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many
last
may now
night,
be deactivating
at like
their
4 in the
alerts
morning.
on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't, you're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together. I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united, we're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bobby Castro
Dude,
from Good Day LA.
there's no way she gets voted back then.
Because even after yesterday, that errant message was sent out to Los Angeles County, some 10 million
She's the one making it about politics.
Overnight, people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls. You have no idea why people are getting these alerts and being startled in the middle of the night when they're already on edge in the Inland Empire. Why is that happening? You have no idea. And you also ask that people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked to try and figure out whether or not this is an actual alert.
Yeah, you dumbasses.
I appreciate the thoughts you're sharing and the question. I would
Sounds
take
gay.
a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface, and you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate that message package is sent into what is the Integrated Public and Alert Warning System aggregator. That then transitions, I'll call it for lack of better terms, into a cloud that connects with all of our cell service providers. The root cause analysis is trying to establish where along that sequence there is an error going on. And in addition to that, it is important to understand that the cellular phone towers have different reach in how they're activating the message to the cell phone. And so it's a common phenomenon that there's a term called bleed over, where a cell phone that may be in a different jurisdiction or a different area is receiving that message from a cellular tower.
Just fix it, you stupid shit. Nobody cares about any of this.
Space. So right now, our number one priority is to establish how we can work with our, well, in coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop the messages that are going out right now that are not being initiated by a human action, to stop that and then understand how that
while
occurred,
he was talking, dude,
so that the tool can still be used for what was identified as like a critical fire weather that we're still in experiencing and will continue to experience.
So can I just follow up on that? The bottom line is we are going to drill down, because I too got the alert. I got 2 alerts, and then I got an alert telling me to disregard the alerts. And, you know, as someone who has communities that are on edge, that are lined up, and I'm sure Mayor Gordo has the same situation going on as well, they're on pins and needles thinking that they're next. So we're drilling down right now, and the way it's described to me is there are towers that are now powering up, and it's up in this cloud. It's kind of like when you send an email and it goes into draft, and then once you hit internet, it gets sent. Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable, and it is frustrating because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate. So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen, or should we ignore or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that. To tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or I mean the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I mean, I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website. They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have been listening to a contentious conclusion to the press conference updating us on the fires around Southern California. Again, many people received the alert. You heard the alert go off during the question and answer session. Not sure if that was an accurate one or if somebody was just making a point. But you did hear from several officials saying they're actually trying to determine how they can stop the messages
she made it back
that
across
are not
the street.
being initiated by human
Tried
action.
it safe on the other side.
From many people's personal experience, you have two
Another
things that
bowl
happen.
out.
Some people listened to it, and some people ignored it. And officials pointed out there towards the end, they don't want a system where people are ignoring these warnings when they are needing to evacuate some areas. The many things that we learned throughout this press conference, as you take a live look from Air 7 over the Eaton fire, that is now 13,956 acres and 3% containment, which is good news. But 4,000 to 5,000 structures were damaged or destroyed. But that is just an estimate. You heard from the county fire chief, Anthony Maroney, who said that they still haven't been able to get in there and really assess that. The Palisades fire, the new numbers, 20,438 acres. They are still worried about spot fires in that area, but the containment is at 8%. That's good news. However, they are concerned about a coming Santa Ana event, which could make a situation where the fire could jump those containment lines again and create other problems. There are evacuations which stand at 153,000 residents. Imagine that across LA County, 153,000 residents are evacuated. Some 57,000 structures are still at risk due to these fires. So this is far from over. And they did speak of the curfew orders for Palisades and Eaton. And that is only people who are allowed in those disaster areas are disaster workers. Media is allowed with proper credentials. But if you are not supposed to be in these areas that have been ordered evacuated, the sheriff said you will not just be cited and released, you will be arrested. So it is important to note on that. And then one other thing, right before we get to Scott Reif, who is in Air 7 HD, I want to talk to Scott about this. But we heard a fact that there was a drone in the area that actually caused damage to the Super Scooper. This was in the Palisades fire.
Just waiting.
Mum and Dad and was standing there looking, and the only thing that was left standing in their home was the chimney stack, and that is what you see repeated throughout these streets, the strongest structure in the home. And he said, oh, that's the chimney where Santa came down. You know, you can see that these are people whose lives have just fallen apart in front of their eyes. Let me show you a little bit where we are. We're in Pacific Palisades. We're in the convenience store. This is the convenience store. Look behind me, Ralph's. Just a couple of days ago, this was, you know, the equivalent of your sort of local Tesco's or Aldi in the UK. Rows and rows of goods, of toiletries. We're seeing lots and lots of shelves with empty bottles bottles on it. There are still spot fires inside this building. This was a supermarket, and it also had a pizzeria attached to it. We're in the parking lot, so this is where a lot of people would have just come to pick up their daily groceries. We can see that the heat of the fire has damaged the actual structure. The metal has bowed right down. The roof is entirely gone. I mean, this building, there's nothing that can be saved from this building, I would say, but you can still see spot fires burning. And this area, there's a gas station just beside us. There's an electrical and plumbing store just beside us. This is part of an area that would have been the centre of this community. And as we drove through here, it is really, really eerie because local people are being kept out for the time being. The authorities aren't happy that it is safe enough for people to return to their homes because these spot fires keep coming up. So you're just driving through streets and streets and streets. Everything is grey. Everything is covered in ash, and there are just chimney stacks from all of the buildings, burnt out cars wherever we look. Now, the authorities are saying that they're keeping people out because of the dangers to them, but also because of the dangers of looting. And we've heard from the LAPD this morning, and they are saying that they are going to take this extremely seriously. The full force of the law is going to be brought down on people, they say, who are coming into these areas and trying to exploit people who've literally lost everything, people coming in and trying to take what they can. So they're putting in a nighttime curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. to keep people out of it, apart from the emergency workers. And they've also put a warning out just in the last hour about drone use. Some people are putting up drones to try and get shots of what's going on here. Well, last night, one of those drones collided with what they call the super scoopers. These are the planes that are scooping up water from the sea and then bringing it back and dropping it on the neighbourhoods here. And they say because of that, one of their only 2 super scoopers is now out of action, and it's going to be out of action until Monday. So the authorities have come in for a lot of criticism, but they are also saying, look, you know, the people of LA, you have to work with us here. We are doing all we can at the moment to try to help, but they need people to stay away. They need people not to be putting up drones in this area. We're expecting to hear from President Biden in a short while. We'll bring you that live. And also this evening, we're also going to be bringing you a special programme. That's at 7 o'clock this evening with me here in Los Angeles, looking at the fires with some of the amazing images that we've seen from the last few days. But that is it from us in LA for now. I'll be back later in the hour, but let me hand you back now to Jonathan in the studio.
Jane, thank you very much. Well, let's stay in the US now, and Donald Trump has been handed a no penalty sentence following his conviction in his
Strongly of cat piss right near the hole. But every morning when I open my back door I smell skunk. There is also a hole in my backyard, but it has a like a really coarse screen over it. It's kind of like it's in between a grate and a screen, but it keeps animals from going through it. I'm wondering if I'm smelling the skunk smell from coming up from underneath the house. It's a different side of the house. or if it's actually outside. I can't really tell. I'm not going up the hole and whipping. Maybe I should. I don't think Mama's come back out. I'll put the food a little closer, that way we can do the hole for two reasons. Mama can smell it more easily, and like I would rather Mama hold this down. I don't really want Trident having her babies underneath the house, dude. I'd rather that not. She probably knows better because the skunks will eat them, dude. Hopefully she knows better. Plus now that Mama's holding it down, maybe she won't want to come up underneath there with Mama underneath there. I've never seen them get along like that. No, wait, did they used to? They did used to, didn't they? Man, I think Tux got Trident pregnant. What if she ends up having little Tuxes? To the house. Oh, Mary Morgan! No, I never asked to share. I never asked to share. No one's noticed that? It intimidates me. I don't want to disappoint you. Your friends. What's going on out here? Oh. I don't know, man. I think homie's clutch is going out or something. He's just revving and not very moving very fast. He looks like a crotch rocket too. It wasn't really taking off. It was barely. It seemed like a clutch issue. Trying to get it home, I guess. Both the cats jumped up in the window. I need to get Simon's eye booger. crusty. He was all crusty. I hate that. I hate it when it happens to my eyes. You gotta hate it too. What's up with all the fire coverage is pretty non-existent today. Supreme Court's arguing TikTok right now.
Of course, of course.
It's pretty wild how it just deleted.
They're back up, right?
Neighborhoods.
Super Scooper. Yeah, that's just horrible. I mean, it really restricts their ability to fight these fires. And what we're looking at is just tragic here. We just are now getting the first look at the Altadena, Pasadena area. That's Fair Oaks, and that's East Loma Alta Drive. I'm going to bring Sky Map real quick. Every single home along this stretch has been lost. Now, the terrain is a little different here than what we saw in Pacific Palisades, but it's just as widespread. The destruction here is ominous. Everywhere we look, we see homes are lost. Complete neighborhoods, completely gone. It looks basically like it was carpet bombed with incinerated bombs. If you've ever seen pictures from World War II after the bombers have gone by, that's what it looks like. We'll come back off Sky Map, but it gives you an idea where we're looking. And I just want to push in tight and show you the destruction down here. It is saddening, absolutely saddening what we're seeing. And each one of these homes that you're looking at are now completely gone. Every now and then we'll see a home that is standing, but on this block right here, you see every single home has been lost. This fire, the portion that is raging is still up in the air.
There was one right there. This little bitty house right here that's just like, oh, it's got trees here. Maybe that was it. Maybe they watered their trees more.
Completely gone. Every now and then we'll see a home that is standing, but on this block right here, you see every single home has been lost. This fire, the portion that is raging, is still up in the Angeles National Forest. We've had a lot of smoke, but just moments ago we were able to work our way around the smoke and really get a view of everything that's going on here, Philip. And it's just
that's a huge. All that is gone.
Estimate of 4,000. It's going to go way up if I'm not mistaken. You see, the fire for the most part is not approaching any homes. It's burning up towards Mount Wilson. Yesterday we were flying over the Mount Wilson area. They were able to save it. Fantastic job because it looked like Mount Wilson was going to go down. We've lost some power up there. It's restricted our ability to transmit in a lot of ways. You see all the antennas up there, communication centers. Some of them running on generators, but they did lose all of their power. But I want to come down from there and then go back into the Pasadena and the Altadena area. And similar to what we saw in the Palisades, it's ominous. The destruction is just overwhelming. Thousands of homes are lost. The human toll, we understand. You might have a better figure. The last figure I heard, at least 5 people were killed in this fire. And you can only imagine, Philip, it was Wednesday night, Wednesday morning, we couldn't fly, Wednesday, July, and all of a sudden 80-mile-an-hour winds ripping down this canyon, coming out of the Angeles National Forest, go right down through Altadena, right into Pasadena, and here's what it left behind. It's saddening.
So many in that one spot. Dude, it would. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly going to take some time, but just to put it in perspective, this started at 6:30, I believe, on Tuesday evening. By Wednesday morning, you can only imagine
down the sidewalk, revving it.
80 miles an hour at some point, probably 50 miles an hour, sustained, but gusts up to 80, and you have to try and get out. So when you take a look at these streets trying to get out of here, this may be police activity searching some homes.
Now he's just revving it for no reason.
Inside that home, but just imagine what it must have been like. And I want to open up a little bit and give you a little bit wider shot, just to give you an overwhelming shot of how bad the destruction is. Everything for the most part is lost here. Now, compared to Palisades, every single home was lost in that area. Palisades, every single home. Here it did hopscotch across certain areas. Some homes were saved, some homes were lost, and the homes up along the hillside, they seem to have gotten it the worst. Off to the left side of your screen, to give you some perspective, that's JPL. The homes right in there, they were saved. But then if we come down a little bit, that entire neighborhood along Fair Oaks, that has been lost. Fair Oaks and East Loma Alta Drive, everything on that block has been completely lost. So the aircraft could not fly, they could not get in there and help them. And to, you look at the fatalities, and it's so tragic. But even if you were trying to get out, this was so overwhelming, it would be easy to get trapped if you were elderly, if you were not ambulatory, and you needed help. There just couldn't have been enough assistance quickly to get those people out, unfortunately.
Dude, he's crackheading out today or something. I've never seen him before. Some black dude. What I do with the black crotch rocket? If the police have to ask me anything later, somebody who goes on a rampage later. A little crackheady. Oh man, that was a nice one.
That's
At
almost
the
scary.
top, overlooking it all. Built.
All right.
Man, those are all like on like a hill, aren't they? Like those were the high ones and these are coming down. I guess it's not completely flat, I think, so they all had a pretty decent view maybe. Oh, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it sounds like I do.
I don't know what's going on down there.
All right, got you loud and clear. Ready to go.
They're police. There must be a dead person down there.
Coming up about 12:10 or 9:10.
Lots of white cars and police cars.
All right, how much time do we
must
need up
have
here?
died around here.
Okay, 2 minutes on both. The entire thing, both questions.
How else would they be there?
Yeah, you're interrupted, but 2 minutes per question. Is that correct? 2 minutes total for both questions. Got it. Jake, say again. All right, got it.
I'm a detective, okay? Freelance. Or free of charge.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on. Could you start over, please? I'm sorry, there's some background noise. One more time. Correct? All right. Okay, very good.
Look what I got. Look what I got. You're special.
Okay,
Special. Come here. No. Oh, okay. Jump over there. Do it.
Let's see. I don't think I can reach over there. Can you, there you go. Keep going back. Go up higher. No, reach your hand up higher until you reach the clip and pull it up and tighten it. All the way up. Keep going right there. The medical examiner's there right now. Yes, sir. Boston Marathon.
Lucky she didn't do that with my cup a minute ago. She tested it first, I think, though, to let me...
Yeah, no, it's a glare. We gotta get back to these. Or maybe drifting a little bit. No, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give her her own. She's mesmerized by bottles of water. A house that looks intact. Yeah. There's a couple of those. I was gonna say, how weird would that feel to come back to that and have to like what do you do? No one wants to buy that house at that point probably, and you have to be surrounded by depression.
All right, well said.
Memory of horrible night. How your neighbors, like these people,
Tell that to the Dodgers.
some of them are going to be able to come back and...
All right, let's go ahead and turn now, I think. We're coming up here out of the spot bridge, so yeah, let's make a northbound turn. A northbound turn. We'll go due north here as slow as you can go. I'll direct you if we need to go back, but I think this is going to be our best shot
depressing.
Here. Give me the most destruction you can find that's really visible, Marcel.
Getting up, going to work every day, seeing all the destruction, having to drive past it, knowing you got so lucky, but now your neighbors are gone. Like kids' friends that your kid used to play with or whatever, they're all gone now. And they're stuck because who wants to buy that now? We'd want to buy
we should go back towards the
time because construction noise is going to be horrendous.
Right, here's the setting right here. Go
There are going to be hammers and just hey, need that over here, man. Hey, like this whole neighborhood is going to be loud for anybody who still lives there while the cleanup is happening for everything. If the faster they want to do it, the louder it's going to be. Man, I almost feel, I don't know if I feel more for the people that lost their house. If they didn't have insurance, I definitely feel more for them. But if they have insurance, it's really good. I almost feel worse for the people that are stuck there.
DeMarco, we're looking down over Pasadena and Altadena, and I tell you, we just noticed this, or just able to view this probably about 15 to 20 minutes ago because the smoke finally cleared. You can tell it's pretty hazy in there. The devastation is just overwhelming. We have over 4,000 homes lost. We believe it's going to be more than that, but each one of these blocks, every row of homes has been lost, and especially the homes up in the higher elevations, up along the hillside. And you can imagine what it must have been like. It was a Tuesday afternoon. It started into the evening, speeds up to 80 miles an hour with the winds. It came right through this area. We have reports at least 5 people were killed, but we do see the medical examiner here and the sheriff's department going home to check to see if more people may have been trapped. But it's really difficult to describe this. It's saddening. It's overwhelming. It's going to be a long time before these people recover, and there's still some of the areas that we have not been able to see because of the smoke. The fire itself is laid down a little bit, but certainly we've got a long road ahead of us to recover.
I got a kitten baby.
Well, they've actually made a lot of progress. You see the area that burned, we just tilted off that, and then I'll push up into the Angeles National Forest, and that's where the fire is burning now. It's inaccessible. Fires are burned for weeks up in this area before they're able to put them out. So right now they've made a lot of progress, especially down by the homes. It doesn't look like there's any threat right now.
I had to teach her not to nibble on my nipples, dude, actually. They look like cat nipples, I guess.
We get sand and wind conditions that are high enough, it could rekindle this fire, and sadly, we could lose more homes. Absolutely. Sure. What's that? Oh, my goodness. Now the Palisades fire is the most destructive in state history. I thought it was. When did they do that? When did they change that? Oh, well. That's it right there, Jim.
All right.
Sounds like I'm still here in GMA. Yeah, we're finishing it, as far as I know. How much time?
GMA, good morning, America.
It's for local, right? All right. All right. Are they rolling? Playback rolling? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Mark. We are at the Eaton fire. We're looking down over Pasadena, and it was just moments ago we were able to get around and see some of the smoke lift in this area. Right there's the corner van. Sadly, we know at least 5 people were killed in this fire, but as we came around the bend, we saw the smoke sort of move out, and we really got a realization of just how much has been destroyed here. It really looks a lot like what we saw with the Palisades fire. This isn't just one stretch of homes here that are like tract homes in the Palisades. These homes are more spread out, but you can tell block after block after block has been lost. Reported 4,000 structures lost or damaged. I think that number's going to go up. It could be well over 4,000 homes. I'll give you a little perspective and pull out of the shot. You can see off to the left side of your screen, that's going to be JPL. The fire moved down that ridge line. JPL was saved, but if you come back to the right, you'll see this entire area, that area off of Fair Oaks, up towards East Loma Alta Drive. Every single home just about was lost. You'll see a home every now and then was standing, but for the most part, everything is gone. Total destruction in this area. Also want to show you a little bit about what's going on at the moment and where the fire is burning. It has moved away from all the homes. I don't see any homes that are threatened by this fire. At the moment, the fire is burning up in the Angeles National Forest. They were able to save Mount Wilson. That is good news, although the electricity may be down and some of the antennas and receiver sites may not be working. But right now, it's smoldering up in that area. Still a lot of smoke, extremely unhealthy air, but I don't see any structures that are threatened. We're hoping the winds stay calm and they don't kick up once again. From Air 7, I'm Scott Rife, ABC 7, Eyewitness News. All right, a little long, but thanks. Okay, as long as it's over by noon, I'm fine. No, we're okay, a little bit for fuel. Yeah, I'm with you now. We're local. Okay. Pretty good right here if you can hover. Yeah.
I've never seen a cat that likes to hang out underneath someone's shirt like this. I'm a kangaroo. Put her here. She's supposed to be here.
Go back to the east. Where's the corner? I'll probably go to that. Might be getting obscured by smoke.
Oh, okay. Simon. Here.
You don't need to go back to where you were before. A little cleaner shot, but I might go to that.
Peeping out from underneath the shirt to look and see where Simon is. He's up here.
All right, very good. Give me the most destructive shot that you can find. Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Yeah, I think we should go back to the slowly to the north and to the west.
Oh, you know.
I think that'll help us look straight down through the smoke a little bit.
What, Simon? Simon.
Yeah, right here. And as slow as you can. Hover if you can.
I need to hit up some more of those egg white things. I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna throw them in. The air fryer. I'm coming back. Hold on. I'll be right back, son.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, the devastation is just overwhelming. The macro, when you look at everything and you just look down at this area, you compare it to the Palisades fire, they're both just horrific. This appears to be just as bad on the same type of scale. It's interesting, it was about the same time yesterday morning, the smoke cleared in the Palisades, and we got a look. And when we looked at the Palisades, we thought, well, is that really what we're seeing? Because it was through the smoke. And then as we pushed in more and more and more, all we saw was home after home after home that was lost. Can we go to the medical examiner? We are seeing more of the medical examiner responding to different homes. Now, as you can imagine, they have to go through all these homes, Philip. They have to clear them. The medical examiner, the coroner's been called here, so they're more than likely is one of the fatalities. We see no vehicles in here except for police and fire. And none of the homes right now in Altadena or in Pasadena are threatened by fire. The fire's moved up into the Angeles National Forest. But on the left side of your screen, that's JPL to give you a little perspective. Maybe even a little wider, Marcel. We can see the 210 freeway there, I think. So there's the 210 freeway. The Rose Bowl would be on the left. And this is the area just north of the 210 off of Fair Oaks and Pasadena and Altadena that really got hit so hard. Almost every single home in some of these blocks has been lost. Now, we did just jump from one neighborhood to the next. One neighborhood may have got saved, but then we get into another neighborhood, especially along Fair Oaks and East Loma Alta Drive. Just about every single home was gone there. The fire itself, Philip, has moved up into the Angeles National Forest. We were looking at Mount Wilson yesterday. It looks like they saved it. None of the structures have been burned. You can see through the smoke there. They did lose electricity. I think if they're operating, they're on generators at this point in time. And the fire has laid down very, very nicely. You see some of the antennas. I think we lost ours. We didn't lose the infrastructure, but we lost the power. Can you come up as wide as you can go, Marcel, for a moment? And I just want to give you some perspective on how big the fire is. We did have a fire helicopter in here. We're starting to see them make some drops. We expect the tankers to come in here pretty soon. But the fire here, the heat fire is going to burn probably throughout next week. With a little more wind, it just won't be able to clear it out because it's so inaccessible. The terrain is so steep. But as far as the neighborhoods are concerned, the fire's burned away from Pasadena and Altadena, but destruction is just overwhelming. Correct. No, Mount Wilson's been saved. I don't think anything has come down. We lost power to our facility up there. I think that's what happened, and they're operating on generators, so they'll be back up. But we did not lose anything as far as the infrastructure. We did lose power, though. Yeah, it would have been a historic loss to lose the observatory, and we did see a helicopter yesterday afternoon come up to make a drop, and I wondered why the drop was so far off, and then we learned they canceled because of the wind. So we're very fortunate that we did not lose anything at Mount Wilson yesterday. But if you realize what was happening, the wind had died down in that one area. Lower in the area where we were coming from, it was pretty severe, but on top of the hill, it sort of calmed down. And then what it was, Philip, was a terrain-driven fire. It burned up to the top of the ridgeline, and then firefighters were there with critical infrastructure protection. They had a group of firefighters there, and they knocked it down before it got to any of the structures or got to the observatories. So that was fantastic work on their part. But now to just look out over Pasadena and Altadena, I mean, it's just sickening. Just to look at all of these homes that have been lost, it's hard to really compare to Palisades. They're both just so horrific. Obviously the terrain is a little different here from what we saw in those neighborhoods and those tract homes down in the Palisades. But the numbers, unfortunately, are just going to be astronomical as far as how many people have lost their homes and how long it will take to recover and where do they go. And then, of course, I think the number is at least 5 have been reported to have been killed in this fire, and we're afraid that number may go way up. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, you're nestled right here, right below the foothills. And so I think most of the people who live in this area, they know the fires have come down and burnt in this area before. They should have been ready to get out. They can now go to the south. To the right is to the north, to the left is to the south. So they could have evacuated pretty quickly. I think once they saw that thick, heavy smoke and those high winds, I mean, the winds were so strong, Philip, that you almost wanted to leave because of the winds. I mean, in Encino, where I was living at the time, it felt like the trees were going to fall down. And then if you look up in the hill and you see a bright orange glow and you see smoke and flames coming your way, I think you're going to get out of this area as quickly as possible. I think the people in this area have seen fires come down this ridgeline before, but this was different. You know, we haven't had precipitation, I think, in almost 9 months. We had the strongest Santa Ana wind event ever, possibly. And with those two things combined, it was so dry. I think it was the speed that caught everybody, off guard here, just how quickly it moved down into this area. A lot of folks, they'll look up there and say, I have a little time. And in this case, I think we had spot fires, and those hot embers started to home on the other side of somebody that was watching, and now the fire's burning at you from both sides, and boy, you really have to scramble. But it certainly must have been horrific to be living in this area late Tuesday night and Wednesday morning when those winds were howling. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no question. I mean, the human toll is overwhelming, but this is almost like one event. When we start to talk about the property that has been lost and the numbers they start throwing out, $150 billion, to me it almost appears like one event. We have two separate fires, but it's almost like one natural disaster. And when you put those two together, it is going to be by far the biggest disaster in the state of California ever, right? And so it really gives you an idea of what we had, what we are still dealing with in some sense, but what these folks here in Altadena, Pasadena, Palisades, Malibu, the terror they've been through over the last couple of days, and the saving grace is that the winds have died down. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it could take a decade to recover. And the fire in '93 in Malibu, I was flying down Malibu, and we lost hundreds and hundreds of homes in that fire. And basically, you could still find foundations that were not rebuilt to this day. Now, Malibu is a little different animal when it comes to getting a building permit. But it could take a decade before these neighborhoods look like they used to. This is not going to be a slow process. It is going to be a slow process. It is not going to be a quick process by any means. And certainly, I've evacuated several times over the last few years, and the home has never burned. I'm so fortunate in that respect. But boy, it just throws your life into a tailspin. Where do you go? Who do you live with? And then if you've lost your home and you're good, you have to go get more clothes. You have to get everything. And I just feel for those people because their whole lives are turned upside down. Do I go to work? I need the money. I got to get to work. But yet, I got to stay home and take care of my family. And so all the things that they have to deal with right now, and the amount of people. I think we heard numbers of like over 200,000 that have evacuated so far. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Heartbreaking. All right, let's go back. Jay, we're headed back to Van Nuys. Well, look. Outpost lane. Do you see an outpost lane or not? Fire couldn't have started over there. Didn't smoke it, but it definitely didn't start over there. That was where you were looking. That is correct.
Hey, buddy. Oh, that's crossback. Wow. Glad to put it in the bowl out. Oh, dude, this chopper ended right as I didn't know it was ending right now. Like, I had no idea. I didn't come in here because of that. Just happened to end right as I'm sitting down. That's wild. Oh, I was up here a while, huh? And it doesn't want the food in the back, though. That's the leftovers. Oh, man. Got something. And I mean, he ain't looking so good, though, as far as kind of skin. Oh, the tail's moving a little bit. I don't know, man. Like he's pooping on his back leg, though. Get up, but I don't want to disrupt Simon right now. Right. You got a little something. He's probably gonna run across the street right now. Hey, come here. Put it back. Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna plop down another can, I guess. That was fast. Hey, I just put it there. I think I just put it there. Buck's not being here. All of a sudden, the buffet's back open. They all saw him as my cat too, I think.
filmmaker and author Justine Bateman, who lives in Hollywood Hills, joins me now. How are you feeling right now, Justine?
Hi. I'm pretty pissed, and I think a lot of people in Los Angeles are pissed. You know, if you are going to run a city or run a state, you have to take care of the basics, and that's make sure that your fire and your police department are well funded. Make sure that you have, not only you have plans if there are emergencies in your area, you have rehearsed them, but also you have plans to mitigate the problems that you know are going to happen in that area. And for us, it's fire, earthquake, rain, and consequent mudslides. And if you're not doing everything you can to take care of those problems if they arise, then get out. You are useless to us. All those other things, all the other programs like Head Start and all of that, that's great for the community, that's after. If you can't cover the basics, get out of our city. You are useless to us. You are a liability, and you have destroyed people's lives because you didn't do your job. You didn't do what you were hired for. You didn't do what we pay you for, and you should resign out of shame and responsibility for the people whose lives you've destroyed right now.
They won't resign at all. They don't have the dignity or the honor to do that. Why do you think that they don't do the basics? Do they just not do their job? Are they distracted with other things? Are they incompetent? What do you think it is?
I think when you're this incompetent, you don't understand you're incompetent.
Yeah, that's so good. It's true. Usually other people do things for you. You've gotten to this position, you fly to Africa, or you have your aviators on and you look good on camera, and you just can't execute, and you think this just always happens in California. Is this what people think? You know, fires happen, mudslides happen, it's always like this?
No, this isn't. Look, we had incredibly unusual winds. If you know that's coming, you make sure that you are prepared for what might occur. And they weren't. Yes, it was extraordinary circumstances. But here's what I really hope all voters do. Stop looking for the R and the D next to these names. Just stop it. You need to look at the person. Do you think this person can do the job? Because unfortunately in California, we have been looking at Ds, and we have voted in people who are not competent to handle these things. We're going to have the Olympics in here?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, my God.
How are we going to have the Olympics in Los Angeles? And you know what? If people want something to pray for, here's what you pray for. Pray that we don't have an earthquake in Los Angeles while these two people, Newsom and Bass, are in charge. Pray that we don't have an earthquake, because they will not be able to handle that.
I mean, there's no evacuation plan. That is very clear. Is this fire and the inability to mitigate it or even put it out, is this going to change how people vote?
It might. I mean, like I said, look, if somebody's competent and they've shown their competence and they have a D next to their name, fine, vote for them. If they have an R next to their name, who cares? Like, vote for them. Vote for somebody you think can do this job. I mean, you checking whether or not there's an R and a D next to the name of the plumber you're going to hire, or your housekeeper, or somebody to fix your car? No. You're looking at their ratings. You're asking other people who have, had experience with them. Do they do a good job? Please do that with the politicians, please, or you see the results of it.
All right, well, we're counting down until the Olympics. It looks like that's 4 years away. Maybe it's not enough time. Maybe it is. Hopefully we can all get it together out there and put on a wonderful display of competition, because if we don't, that'll be a shame, because we deserve better. Justine, great to talk to you. I hope everybody
nice to see you
is getting all their things home safely and finding a place to sleep tonight. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
I move you. Audience. I ain't, don't hurt me. Oh, see? Why are you hissing? There you go.
How crazy it is that they spent $24 billion last year on the homeless.
Yeah.
And what do they spend on preventing these wildfires?
Zero.
Zip. And then he gets on TV and pretends like everything's great.
Mm-hmm.
And California's the best. We have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. And like, you're out of your mind, dude. You've ruined this state.
And in 2019, I think Newsom said, I'm going to take care of the forests and maintain the forests and do all that kind of stuff. He didn't do anything.
Didn't do anything. And then on top of that, they cut the water off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all funny. And then I think all our tax dollars probably went for Gavin's hair gel. I don't know, but it's like, it's sad.
Mel Gibson and Joe Rogan just talking about the states. I think Mel Gibson left. Oh, actually, all his stuff burned. So now he's going to make a decision whether he wants to get out of there. It's devastating. Over 10,000 structures, so many homes, lives, neighborhoods just gone. And you say to yourself, well, there's some things called natural disasters. You got Sandy, nobody's fault, but were you ready? Then you have hurricanes hit North Carolina in the mountains, unprecedented. It's no one's fault, but are you ready? I don't think that governor did a great job, especially compared to the governor in Florida, Governor DeSantis. Does anybody think that Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass were ready? We find out about these huge water tanks. They say the first water tank was out in a few hours. The second one out by the end of the day. The third one was out by the next day. And by Thursday, there was no water in Pacific Palisades for firefighters to even open up the hydrants, so they stopped. Please don't tell me that you had a plan. Don't. Joining us now, Tyrus, Fox Nation host, author of Enough Said, daily panelist, and sometimes host of Gutfeld, host of Maintaining Tyrus on Outkick, and also he's got some events coming up too. He's a stand-up comic. Tyrus, welcome back.
Always. The main thing for me, dude, is why weren't those power lines buried? Why would they have had power lines that might have to be shut off if there was fire near the pumps? Never had to shut those pumps off because of anticipated fire damage to power lines.
Always a pleasure, B.
So Tyrus, we wanted to open up with Rogan and Mel Gibson, just talking about the incompetence on the West Coast. Outside Katrina, do you ever remember more anonymous feeling, more of an anonymous, unanimous feeling that these executives are over their heads and unprepared?
Well, I think New Orleans echoed that as well, unfortunately. I grew up in California. I moved to California from Boston when I was, I think, 8. And from the day I can remember, every year there was fire rules and wind rules. You wouldn't make a fire. You wouldn't go camping during the windy season because you can't make a fire. There was never fireworks. You had drills. If you saw somebody lighting matches, you were supposed to report them. So it's not like this isn't something that Californians grow up with.
Smokey the Bear was real big.
And it's not like that we haven't had issues in California with fires over the past decade. What's shocking is the level of incompetence and arrogance from these officials, that they spend so much time on DEI stuff and diversity stuff and dumping millions and millions of dollars into the homeless situation. Adam Carolla made a great point. There's hundreds of thousands of Californians that are literally homeless now, and yet they're not sleeping under freeways and in tents. They're part of the community. They have family, friends, and they're able to find places to go. They're able to evacuate places to go. So there's a complete disconnect with you're dumping money on a group that doesn't necessarily want to be helped. in that way, because they're either a drug addict, a criminal, or suffering severe mental health issues. So you're just throwing money away. It's virtue signaling, and the money's going. And I would love for a forensic accountant to look to see where that money's really going. You had the same thing in New York with the previous, mayor? I can't remember the tall, goofy guy no one liked.
De Blasio.
Yeah, where his wife was in charge of
$1 billion on the Thrive Foundation that nobody benefited. We don't know where the money is, and nobody's asking.
Exactly. And that's the problem. But also the other side of it, Californians, this is what you get when you vote for the picture on the box. This is what happens when your mayor had 17 hours on a plane to think of a way to comfort her constituents. She was silent, stared in the face because she couldn't think of who to blame. And that's what it is. They all passed the buck. And Newsom, I think the most telling video was the lady who ran him down as he was trying to get away from her. Trying to get in his car. His hand was on the doorknob, but she turned the corner, and then he tried to tell her that he was on the phone with the president, and then she said, "Put him on speaker." And he lied right to her face.
Yeah, he goes, "Yeah, well, I can't get through.
I can't get a signal, so I have to go." He was looking for a place to do a interview where it would look like he was on the ground. He was boots on the ground, and I think that's what Californians have to figure out. You need to stop electing people based on the boxes they check and hit the resume. Hit someone that has at least skin in the game when it comes to wildfires in California and natural disasters. I remember the San Francisco earthquake when I was growing up was a big deal, but it was unified. Now, I remember there was that great picture. I think it was Will Clark helping one of the children get out of the stadium, but there was a plan in place, and there was, and it wasn't days after where you had, the government officials coming out and talking in past tense. Her press conference, I don't know what was worse with Bass, the silent stare or the completely unintelligent press conference where she was talking like the fire hadn't got here yet.
So here it is. Listen to this. Cut 12.
We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. What explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved.
Enough. We'll go back and do a forensics on what went wrong. I don't believe for a second that those water tanks were full, number one. And number two is the president said that the electric went off and the pump stopped. That's why the hydrants didn't get anything. Did you tell the governor that, genius? Because he's never said a word about that. Where'd you get that from?
The part that I loved the best was that she was reading her prepared statement, not the question. And the reporter did a great job, and I'm glad to see, maybe because the journalist was affected, that they're asking follow-up questions of the left again. And he hit her with, "It's too late. It already happened." And she's like, "Let me finish." And she had to be aggressive, and because he was being misogynistic, I guess, by questioning her. I guess no one told her that she was the friggin' mayor, and she kept going with her statement, and that's perfect. Cut it off. They're unprepared, and this is a growing trend again. New Orleans, the nightmare, and then you get the politician is in there, and they say, "Well, we had a plan, but the terrorists beat our plan."
In New Orleans.
So I guess, and then I guess now the mayor's going to say, "We had a plan, but the fire beat our plan." So they have an excuse for everything. And what the best part is when you catch them unprepared, you see exactly what you voted for. There was no fire, and I mean, I hate to use the word, there was no fire in her like, "We're going to fix this." And I've been on the plane for what were you doing on the plane for 17 hours that you couldn't come up with a way to say you were sorry? I mean, the only thing we didn't get was their patented thoughts and prayers.
So the only, which, by the way, I can't even hear again. But I'm going to say this. Karen Bass declared a state of emergency, then went on a 17-hour plane ride to a country that only could benefit her, because nobody in Los Angeles wants her to go represent L.A. in Ghana during an inaugural. No. And one of the reasons she wasn't the vice presidential nominee over Kamala Harris, because she had this little communist problem. She seems to like Castro, seemed to love Chavez, and they go, well, that's going to be a tough shot to get out of. We'll probably have to pick Kamala Harris. This woman is a mess. You know, sometimes, Tyrus, there are things you could try really hard at. You just don't have the proclivity. You don't want me working on your house. You definitely don't want me changing your oil. And I'll try, but I'll do a bad job. She should not be a politician. Neither should Harris. Whatever you think about Elizabeth Warren, she's a politician. She can speak. Whatever you think about AOC, she knows what she's doing. You might not agree with her, but they're doing the right thing in their life. She should not. She wants to be the Queen of England. She wants the respect, title, and power. She doesn't want to do the job.
It was given to her based on, again, the boxes. And you hate to say, but here's the thing. Even if I knew that you were working on my house, but your effort was there. Like, listen, I don't know a straight angle from a circle, but I'm here and I'm going to get somebody that can do this. I'm going to find, I'll search. I'll have my people find. There's an effort there. But again, as mayor of California, your two biggest issues is fire and crime. And they have failed miserably at that. And one of the biggest problems during these fires that are still, I think, last time I checked, I think they were at 6% contained.
Depends on, there's like six different ones. Some are doing, there's some that are doing better than others.
Yeah, but it's the looters. It's the criminal element that is now scourging, looking for these houses that are left and banks that are, and again, because they're emboldened. They could go into Beverly Hills with a hammer and go on a shopping spree, and no one could do anything. And now they're, and then here's the problem is that these homeowners are now wanting to risk their own well-being to go protect what's left of their home from other Californians. Like, this is the state of anarchy that the state that I love, that I grew up in, and California was a place, it was one of the coolest places in the world. You know why? Because you could literally go to the beach on Saturday, go to the mountains on Sunday, Monday hit the desert, and then go down and be in the city. It had everything for everyone, and they have turned it into, it is just, it's a cesspool. Venice, the place where I got my big break, and where I trained to lift weights and it was one of the places where I got my big break in entertainment and stuff. I can't bring my kids there to show them the wall with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Lou Ferrigno and all, the great and the actors and the history, because I got to walk through Homeless Row to get there, and I'm not subjecting my kids to that. Bus stops are hotels, and you see the drug addicts everywhere. It's horrible.
Right.
So when you've let this place, at one point, Dr. Drew was concerned about bubonic plague in California. So, I mean, this is what these guys have done, but there's never eyes on it. New Orleans, even worse. No one ever questioned the mayor is corrupt. The lady has a career of an ineptness, but they always seem to find each other. And now we've had horrible things happen, and their best answer is, well, President Trump's making it political. Yeah, you're damn right it's political.
Well, you know what they say. You know what they say about addicts. You got to hit rock bottom. You have no other options. Then you got to make choices. Yeah. This could be the rock bottom where people turn around and say, as Justine Bateman said last night to Jesse, he goes, "We got to stop looking at an R&D next to their name and look at competence." And I look at this guy Rick Caruso. I can't do his unauthorized biography, but do you know he was president of Water and Gas, as well as being a self-made multimillionaire? Don't you want that guy? Do you know that he hired his own firefighters? Whatever you think of that, just in case to take care of Pacific Palisades, whatever his community is that he bought and now rents, and what they made is his own condo center. Do you know not one of those buildings burned? Because they say, listen, you don't want me as mayor, that's fine. But if I'm going to go back to my business, I'm going to make sure my people survive any calamity. So he had his private firefighters. He said the whole water system in Antiquated is underfinanced, and he knew it. Hey, people of Los Angeles, you had your choice. They're both Democrats. You could have had the business executive, or instead you have the failed congresswoman. And you got her. go at it. And now you got the results. Hopefully people make some decisions on competence. I appreciate you joining me. When are we going to see you again, Tyrus?
I think I'm back in the airways, I think Tuesday. And tonight I got a stand-up show in Connecticut.
Is it sold out? Where is it?
Yeah, it's sold out. All I know is I have about 45 events. So I know I'm in Connecticut tonight and New Hampshire tomorrow.
Where do we go to see you on stage? What website?
You just hit my Twitter up or my Instagram.
Okay.
And you click on the link tree at Tyrus Smash, and they'll have all the dates and everything where it's at.
All right. Tyrus, thanks so much. Always appreciate it. We'll see you in the halls next week. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox.
City's going to tonight
on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
You have to look at the website, man. I don't know the fuck I'm going. We're in that state you just said, I guess. But he's going to get there and he's like, this is my favorite city to come to. You guys are awesome. You know what I mean? Be sure to buy more alcohol. Are you thirsty? They try to get you to drink. So that way they're funnier. And, like, the club makes a lot of money off alcohol usually. That's why oftentimes when you go see a comedian, there's a 2-drink minimum. And even if you get a Coke, it's going to cost as much as a mixed drink. You don't get a... Anyway. Yo, Mark Zuckerberg was just on Joe Rogan. Interesting. This is oatmeal with a little sea salt with some freshly cracked peppercorn. That's all that is right there. Oh yeah.
I think that Gavin is largely incompetent, and I think the mayor is largely incompetent, and probably both of them are just stone cold incompetent. What they've done is terrible.
President-elect Trump ripping into California's response to the wildfires, but he is not the only one blaming Governor Gavin Newsom. Watch this California mom.
Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the call.
Why is the president?
And Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass
said he was talking to him. He lied.
A difficult time answering reporter questions about her response. Watch this.
What explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that let me finish. We will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work.
The New York Post out with an editorial that says this: LA fires show deadly results of voting for Democrats like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. Joining me now is former California Congressman and former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker McCarthy, great to see you this morning. Thanks very much for weighing in here. You live in California. You've been the Speaker of the House. You've watched and discussed the policies out of California. What is your assessment of what's taken place here?
devastation. I mean, pure failure. If you think for Gavin Newsom, he's been lieutenant governor 8 years, governor for 6 years. Prior to being sworn in, we had another deadly fire up in Paradise where 85 Californians died and one in Malibu. I joined President Trump at the time. We flew out, spent the day with Gavin, who was governor-elect, and Jerry Brown, the governor. I listened to President Trump tell them they have to change their behavior. Wind will come, a fire will come. But what a fire needs to continue is fuel. You need to take down the vegetation. You have to be prepared for this. Other states are prepared for hurricane. You got to pre-position. You cannot have firefighters go and fight a fire with no water. You cannot allow when winds are coming if you didn't prep the vegetation ahead of time. And then what do you do during the fire? Last night, they sent an evacuation notice to everyone in Los Angeles by mistake. Can you imagine what that does to people? Can you imagine? Then secondly, today we learned that two of the LA County leases 2 super soakers from Canada. One of them got hit by a private drone. And so that super soaker is down. This is such an intense fire that it is so hot. When you're dropping the water, some is evaporating before it even hits. We have 200 firefighters from my town down there fighting right now. They said they've never seen it. This is a war zone. And I know of individuals that have missing family they haven't heard from for days. And this is the compounded mismanagement of Gavin Newsom. People stayed behind to fight the fire because they had lost their homeowner insurance because Gavin Newsom has avoided this issue and insurance have been leaving California. And it's an elderly gentleman who sat there when he should not have been, and they have not been able to find him.
Well, I mean, we're just looking at some of the moves that were made just recently. For example, just 2 weeks ago, the fire department of Los Angeles decided to not do their annual testing of the fire hydrants. Karen Bass, the mayor, cut $17.5 million from the fire department. You know, why? Here's one tweet from Sarah Foster. She writes, "We pay the highest taxes in California. Our fire hydrants were empty. Our vegetation was overgrown. Brush was not cleared. Our reservoirs were emptied by our governor because tribal leaders wanted to save fish." I mean, the water coming from Canada they sent to the Pacific Ocean to save the fish? Really?
Really?
This is outrageous. And Maria, my father was a firefighter. He became a fire chief.
You diverted
I
it?
was a firefighter for 3 years as seasonal. One thing I would tell you, we would go around and you work on the hydrants. You prep the hydrants and go through. That's part of the work that you do. But what Gavin has done with the pure infrastructure, if you are a leader, there's a few items you're supposed to get done. Public safety. Make sure the infrastructure is there for any disaster. They have failed on both measures because Gavin's priorities have been different. Gavin's priorities have not been the homelessness, the crime, and now the devastation where homes are just wiped out. You see these pictures, they're horrendous, but if you're ever on the ground, it is a war zone people talk about, that they've never seen something. The intensity. Can you imagine whether not even knowing if you could sleep in your house? You could be far from the fire, but the winds are ripping through and the preparation is not there, and then you get a notice you're supposed to leave?
I have
this
PTSD
is all the work
now.
that should have been done. Gavin Newsom has been in
do a
office
class
for
action
more
lawsuit
than 12 years. The lieutenant governor or governor.
thing going off.
It falls
I thought I
directly
had to
on
evacuate.
him. What has he been doing running around the country? What has he been doing? President Trump has done more for California. He put an executive order in to allow more water to be pumped through the Delta, to come through the Central Valley, to come to Southern California. And you know who fought him? Gavin Newsom. The voters of California passed Prop 1 to spend their tax dollars to build more dams, to store more water. You know who tore them down? Gavin Newsom.
Unbelievable.
This rests directly
Did he do
on
that?
what he has done.
What are they spending their money on? They're spending their money on drug addict kits, right? They've got the drug kits for the drug addicts. They've got more money for illegals. So now the question becomes, who's going to help California? And are we actually going to see that continuing resolution on March 14th include disaster money? The next step likely to be the enactment of disaster legislation to pay for the rebuilding here, right? Is that going to be the vehicle, do you think, for wildfire emergency and the debt limit? Because we've got a report from Cowen where an analyst this morning is telling clients that the rebuilding of the infrastructure and the emergency housing and replenishing FEMA will have to be part of that.
Yeah, the rest of the country
You're
should
going to
pay for
have to do
this.
something. These poor people in California
Yeah,
should
it's your
not be
fault.
punished for Gavin Newsom. But what should have to happen in there is the policies have to change. And I will tell you, in California, there's going to be a number of people who have lost their home insurance because of that.
I want to play Warren Davidson for you. I just spoke with the Ohio congressman, and I asked him this question as well. Kevin, listen to this.
But California wants the money without changing the policies that are making the problem bad or worse. And I don't see how Republicans could possibly support that. I mean, we support the people that are plagued by disaster, but we have to put pressure on the California government to change course here.
I see. So has there been discussion already about the federal help that's coming to California? And are you saying that there's a little bit of pushback unless you see policy changes?
Yeah, I think so. And I think, how do you do that? Because you don't want to send the message to families, oh, we're not going to take care of you. They certainly didn't have a problem saying that to people in Western North Carolina in the Biden administration. Instead, the Biden administration, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to take care of everything. And so different response when it's out there where the Hollywood elites live. But when it comes to congressional funding, the idea that we're going to have an open checkbook, no matter how bad your policies are, is crazy.
That's basically what you just said,
That's because
Kevin.
we're
What are
special
your thoughts
out
on that?
here. Deal with it.
Well, the direction is the people should never have to hurt in this, because California is more devastated because many of these people, unbeknownst to themselves, they did nothing wrong. They lost their homeowner insurance because of Gavin Newsom. What they fundamentally need to do here is maybe direct the money through a different source, but make sure the people get their money. What you need to do as well is Gavin Newsom has got to focus on the infrastructure. He should listen to President Trump when it comes to water policy, when it comes to vegetation, because I've been in a situation watching Californians die, discussing this, and President Trump was right when he told them then, you've got to prepare ahead of time. Wind's going to come, a fire's going to come, but the only way it progresses to be bigger and stronger if it has fuel. You've got to knock the fuel down.
Colorado does it right.
Then when the fire came, the infrastructure itself, the evacuation, the hydrants, the water for that, they were not prepared for that. And we've got the Olympics coming to Los Angeles. What is going on? What the voters of California need to do is change the management throughout California to get real management for our state.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on the agenda then? A group of House Republicans are traveling to Mar-a-Lago this weekend to discuss the reconciliation strategy. President Trump is planning to meet separately with the committee chairman and the Freedom Caucus and the GOP members of the SALT Caucus. Do you see the New York and L.A. congressmen or lawmakers trying to keep Congress hostage until they get their SALT deduction lifted? Is that where we are right now, Kevin?
I don't think they're going to hold anything hostage. Everybody's got to make sure, because if you do not get a reconciliation done, that means you don't get the tax policy done this year, and taxes all go up. You find common ground, and this is where the leadership of President Trump is so rewarding, that he's bringing people in now, because the House actually has a smaller majority, and this is an interesting little fact. It's the first time in modern history the majority in the Senate is bigger than the majority in the House. And come January 20th, they're going to drop 2 more seats with Elise Stefanik and Mike Waltz going into the administration. So it takes some time to fill those seats as well. But they need to get their work done. And President Trump knows he's going to work every single day and knows how to get the job done. That's why he's starting ahead of time. And the Republicans are really going to show how management has changed America.
Do you think they should do 1 bill or 2 bills?
They should do 1 bill, because if you do 2, I think they're going to lose votes. It's going to get too big. And there's ways to make sure getting it all done. Jason Smith was right. That was a big win for the Ways and Means Chairman.
All right, we will leave it there. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. We'll be right back.
Kevin O'Leary joins me now. Kevin, welcome back to the show. Always good to see you. You just joined Project Liberty's bid to buy TikTok. Now, let's suppose you're successful. What would you do with it if you get it?
First of all, strip out the Chinese spyware. That's by the mandate of the order of Congress. But there's so much more potential for this platform in terms of how user data is treated. It's stalled out at 170 million users. We'd like to get it past 200 million, and that means we've got to get everybody back that doesn't trust it, that wouldn't put it on their phone. And the way to do that is to democratize it, allow people to invest beside us. We've talked about this, Stuart, for almost a year, and we've set that site up now. It's wonderfultiktok.com. You can register your interest. just come into the deal at the same price I'm getting. Number two is make the data owned by the user so that you, if you don't want to share it, you don't have to. But if you do, become our partner and get paid for that. So all of a sudden, all these users find a very sticky platform that's democratic, that's secure, and they get paid. For example, I'm not interested in car ads. I want to learn about watches. So everything about watches, I want to learn. I want to be advertised to, and I want to get paid. You get to do that. The third thing I think everybody's going to find attractive, including Trump, is we're going to open it so that it's interoperative. So if you're posting on Truth Social or on X, click here to populate TikTok. Everybody would want to do that. And we would ask others like Instagram and Meta, let's do the same thing. Let's share two ways. After we've got all that done, on a plane to see Modi in India, let's light up those 210 million users there, Switzerland, France, Canada, Germany. They're going to want the same thing. This thing will become the world's largest television network in a matter of 2 years. Watch it happen. Frank and I have been working on this thing for 2 years.
I hope you get it, Mr. Wonderful. Governor Newsom blames the fires on climate change. You blame him. I've been saying that California is in desperate need of a change in politics. What say you?
You know, I whimsically said last year, probably with you, that California is a dumpster fire. And sadly, it is a dumpster fire. It's tragic what happened here. Gross mismanagement. We started talking about this with San Francisco, which is a war zone. And now LA, before this, was riddled with crime, people walking in and out of the stores, just stealing stuff. You've documented that forever. It is time for change. Gavin Newsom is a terrible manager. He is the Justin Trudeau of California. He's horrific. And obviously, people should want to make a change and hire somebody else. But I think it goes the other way. I think they're so tired of the rhetoric and the policy and the taxes and the mismanagement. You know, just watching that woman talk about, it's all over the internet now, where is the water pressure in my fire hydrant, to Gavin Newsom? And he says, it's a local thing. You can't say that when you're a politician. You have to own the problem. He doesn't even understand that. Time for him to get removed from office immediately.
That lady, by the way, is on this show a little later today. Kevin, thanks for joining us this morning. All good stuff, and we will see you again.
Do you have the engineer on, or you talking about Karen Bassett? Right.
It's been said by others. It's just.
It is.
And FEMA, and we're going to lay out where we go from here, okay? Ready, set, go?
Ready.
All right. Vice President Harris and I are about to receive a briefing from Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass and the FEMA Director Criswell. So both of them are on the ground leading the fight against this god-awful wildfires in worse than California history. And there's been some progress in the last 24 hours. So I want to give an update of where we think things are at the moment. First, overnight, local, state, and federal firefighters were able to partially prevent some of the largest fires from spreading into new areas. 3% in Pasadena has been kept from spreading, 8% in the Pacific Palisades, 35% in Ventura, and 37% in Sylmar. But this time yesterday, these fires are mostly spreading out of control. We've still got a long way to go, as we're out to hear from the governor and others. And while the winds have died down for the time, we expect they'll remain a threat until early next week. So we're going to keep working 24/7 to support state and local officials to fully stop these fires as soon as possible. Next, we're going to make sure California has every possible resource to fight these fires and help survivors. As soon as the fire started, I approved the fire management assistance grants which is a fancy phrase for saying the grants to cover the cost of firefighting federally, and the gear, equipment, capabilities like search and rescue. Then I immediately approved at the governor's request a major disaster declaration, which will pay for things like debris removal, temporary lodging, and first responder overtime pay. Both of these, the grants and the declaration, usually cover 75% of the state's cost. But yesterday I directed the federal government will cover 100% of the state cost for 180 days. I also announced FEMA has turned on its Critical Needs Assistance Program. This program gives one-time payment of $750 to survivors so they can quickly purchase critical items like water, formula, gasoline, and prescription drugs. And survivors should go to disasterassistance.gov.
I'm a survivor, right, guys?
1-800-621-3362. We can't help you if we don't know you need the help. So call disasterassistance.gov. Contact or call 1-800-621-3362.
Fires affected me. They sent me that message yesterday.
This is not the only aid the survivors can request from FEMA. More programs are going to be available through that disaster declaration, but this assistance that survivors can get now and get it fast. We're also helping the state and local law enforcement personnel keep people safe. I've offered Governor Newsom additional support on that front too. For example, the Defense Department, military personnel can help direct traffic, evacuate people where traffic lights have been destroyed. Finally, I want to thank all the first responders. And I often say, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. And these are men and women. The firefighters in Los Angeles are proof of that.
There's one woman. She's a fire chief.
And the erratic movements of these fires is truly unprecedented. I mean, it's truly unprecedented. And but day after day, these firefighters have been pulling 24-hour shifts, rushing the flames with hurricane-force winds as well, to rescue people, to evacuate neighborhoods, and put these fires out. Now I speak for the American people when I say, we owe you, we're with you, and we're going to make sure you get every resource you need. I want to turn it over to the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you've said, what we have been witnessing is truly mass devastation.
Why does she need to talk?
And whether we are talking about Sylmar to the Palisades to Altadena, it's important to know that we're talking about neighborhoods of people who, in many cases, I think about Altadena, these homes have been in these families for generations. And in many of these homes, it is a multi-generational family that lives there. Also understand that in a lot of these neighborhoods, the folks who live there also work in that neighborhood, which means they've lost their home and their livelihood. So the devastation that we are looking at is multi-generational and is going to linger for quite some time, and the work under the President's leadership that we are doing through the federal government to provide aid in every way to the governor, to the mayor, to local police and fire is critically important, and we are doing it with a sense of urgency. I also would mention that not only are firefighters out there working around the clock, some of whom, sadly more than a few, who have lost their own homes in the fire, but so too with LAPD police officers who are working around the clock, and there are at least a dozen who have also lost their own homes to the fire. So there is a real human story that is associated with the mass devastation that we are seeing, and everything that we can do to support, we will do. Also understanding there are moments where we should find optimism in the heroism of people who are taking in strangers, taking in friends, providing shelter to evacuees.
Any hot chicks get displaced up there? Come on down to Long Beach.
Where they come from or who they voted for. They're looking out for each other and showing the best of the American spirit in a moment of crisis.
In addition to that, I'll point out that this is not going to be over even when all the fires are out. It's just going to be beginning. And the change in insurance policy in California for these
two viewers,
homes as well as these very expensive homes and businesses.
Must be on their way.
We're going to be around a long while ago to help the federal government and the mayor as well. So, but
On their way.
Yield to you, Governor, for any comments you have to make. Bring us up to date.
I appreciate it, Mr. President and Madam Vice President. Let me just pick up on the spirit of your comments, but first with just deep gratitude to both of you for being so solicitous, so supportive, hand in glove in this operation. There's simply not an ask that hasn't been met. The major disaster declaration, Mr. President, was a game changer. In fact, you were able to do that within 36 hours. I don't know if there's another precedent in American history for disaster that was in the making, was unfolding, and for you to be there in real time and prescient as well. And it turns out that we're going to need.
Motherfucker, his kid, he was having a kid. He just happened to be out there for Coachella the day before with Newsom. Which is why Newsom was a little late. It's why Newsom was probably there so fast, actually, because he was already in Coachella. Come on, give me some more. That's it. Pussy. All right.
All of that support.
So he was already there, dude. He was already there. And then he had the audacity to be like, I'm a grandfather now.
And the fact that you were able to provide 100% is just tremendous relief on the bank side and other disaster relief side. And I think the big focus now, to your point, and appreciate the recognition of some progress last night. The winds were favorable. We were able to address some of the perimeter issues. Again, it's been focused about life, property, and perimeter. But the perimeter progress was real because we were able to get fixed wing and helicopters up last night. We had a new fire start, 5 fires that we're actively battling as we speak. The 2 large ones you've highlighted, the 8 and 3% contained. But we're able to, these guys just did an amazing job. We had this fire, Kenneth Fire, that could have been one of the bigger headlines today. And these guys were able to knock that down. It was heroic. I flew around it, see the dozers, the hand crews, our rattlesnake crews in the National Guard, the mutual aid system. Mr. President, 175 engines from across this country, from New Mexico and Oregon and Washington State, Utah, Idaho, men and women coming out here regardless of their differences, in the spirit of what the Vice President said, working together in the spirit that defines the best of all of us. And so just with deep gratitude to you, your team. We had the National Guard out last night. We had 43 key posts that they were working, 855 National Guard men and women. We're stationing additional National Guard men and women to the extent we need it. We've surged all the assets. We drew down from all over the state and obviously now increasingly across the country. I want to also highlight, because I think it's incredibly important, we have 150,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders. These fires are not out, though today we're going to make a lot of progress and continue to increase these containment numbers. But it is important, and I cannot impress upon you more how happy I was here. Mr. President, you say disasterassistance.gov. People are now naturally calling. There's tremendous anxiety out there around getting immediate assistance. The reality of this is starting to come. The clarity as the smoke begins to move.
Did it, guys?
And daylight, people are starting to understand the magnitude. I thought I never would see anything like the Tubbs fire, then the Camp Fire. This is up there. This will be one of the most destructive fires. I mean, some property damage, perhaps in the history of the country, but certainly in terms of scale and scope, 10,000+ structures already identified, 10 people we fear have lost their lives, likelihood of more. The magnitude of this is pretty profound. And in closing, I appreciate, Madam Vice President, you bringing up Altadena as well. I was there yesterday, saw a middle school. It's a beautiful middle school burning down. Lifestyles, places, tradition, kids, families, memories.
Dude, the kids are probably stoked on it. Homeschool, yay!
It's not just a home. It's their lives and their livelihoods. These businesses, community centers. I can't tell you how many churches burned down. And so, we had these hurricane
Allah did
force
that.
winds, the likes of which we've never imagined in our lifetime. 99+ mile an hour gusts. Couldn't there was no helicopters that can go up in those gusts and wind shears. But we had, thousands and thousands of men and women that did everything in their power to hold the line. And so hats off to the first responders. And in closing, hats off to those neighbors that are stepping up, these self-organizing communities that are coming together.
Snow they have out here on the bushes. That shit even real.
The spirit of neighbor to neighbor, to being there for each other. And final words, I ask you, we've got to deal with this misinformation. There were hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies. People want to divide this country.
Bro,
and we're going to have to address that as well.
You're about to lose your job.
My heart.
You're scared.
As people are suffering and struggling, that we're up against those.
That's what it is. He's worried that this is going to convince some people to turn Republican. His idea of turning us against each other, no. What's happening is Republicans are starting to say, hey, guys, look at this shit. Look at what he's doing wrong here. And his idea is, they're trying to turn us against each other, guys. Don't listen to the shit I'm doing wrong, that I fucked up on. Like, what kind of reasoning is that, man? And if he gets elected again, I might just actually move from California. It'll give me a reason to be like, I'm surrounded by fucking idiots. I didn't realize it was that bad.
Forces as well. And that's just a point of personal privilege that I share that with you because it infects real people.
Same with if she gets reelected.
People I meet every single day, people the mayor's been meeting with, and they're having conversations that are not the typical conversations you'd have at this time. And you wonder where this stuff comes from. And it's very damaging as well. But we're here to get the job done, to be here for folks, to focus, yes, on this mitigation, and then absolutely recovery in record time. With your support, we're going to be able to do that. With FEMA's support, we're going to get people back on their feet. We're going to rebuild this remarkable community, and we're going to come back. I know it's rote and cliche. It's just a fact. We're going to come back stronger because we're all in this together. And we're in this together because we have a leader in the Oval Office right now, Mr. President Joe Biden, an American president, being there for the American people at a time of critical need. And I cannot.
Dude, what the fuck? Is he trying to make a dig at Trump by sucking Biden's cock right now? Because that it doesn't work like that. Like, Trump doesn't give a shit if you suck Biden's dick. It makes you both look bad.
I want to impress upon you personally, on behalf of 40 million Americans that live in the great state of California. How proud we are of you.
Yeah, 40 million Americans.
Your leadership.
Fucking fake votes.
Thank you. That's why I think it's so important.
Morons.
We speak plainly to the American people and let them know what we can and can't do. For example, those churches that get burned down you talked about, those public schools, the federal government will pay to rebuild those. So we have to let people know that there are things that are going to be coming that we've declared in this disaster relief legislation and others that are going to be available. Because I think people say, okay, I'm out, but God, what happens now? What do I? But we're not leaving. We're not leaving till we get it done. Karen?
Hell? I guess that happened. She's talking. They totally muted her. God, I gotta find another source for this. All right. Found one. Alright, so I need to go back to when Carol started talking. Here.
Every fire season, right?
indelibly and visually here in this fire. These newly constructed homes
This isn't
more
much.
likely to have
I don't really
survived
like
those
this one
with
because it
different
doesn't
materials,
show
those
him
with the
while he's
latest
talking.
home hardening investments, and we begin. I believe it's just there's been no and
Governor.
No.
Saw the entire rivers fill. And anyway, there's a lot we can do, though.
You know, I do remember when we used to have a fire season. You remember that, Governor?
Am I at the right spot?
Fire.
Because he didn't say Karen right there.
Working around the clock.
Oh
some
no,
of whom,
what have I done?
sadly, more than a few who have lost their own homes in the fire. But so too.
That's the wrong one.
Season, right? In your entire term, that has not been the case. This is
that are not the typical.
Working around.
Hasn't been met. The measure that down over the state cost there. This 99% from we're going to get.
God, what happens now? What do I? But we're not leaving. We're not leaving till we get it done.
And
Mayor.
There we go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President. I just can't emphasize enough how important your support and involvement has been, and how in the midst of such incredible devastation and tragedy, that it has been comforting to know that you have been accessible. Again, the governor certainly mentioned the fact that you moved so quickly in response to the emergency declaration, the idea of 100% reimbursement, and we have made it clear to folks that that is not the norm, but that is what leadership does in response to such a devastating event. And the governor mentioned, and let me just repeat, hurricane strength wind without the rain. And that has led to such amazing devastation in terms of the Palisades fire and some of the other fires.
Amazing.
I think it is important to acknowledge the successes that have been going on, where there have been evacuation orders that have been canceled and people are going back to certain neighborhoods. Fires have been extinguished.
We usually
in
like amazing
neighborhoods,
things.
Pacoima, Hollywood,
There's a positive connotation
Studio
to
City,
it.
where people were told they had to evacuate, and those evacuation orders have been rescinded. And as our first responders are out there putting their lives on the line, as the Vice President mentioned, they've been experiencing the losses as well as the city and the county workforces. We have a number of our employees who have had to evacuate while responding. Their families have had to evacuate, or they've had the personal loss of their homes, or their places to worship, their schools, or their businesses. But Los Angeles, the region, we are going to recover. We're going to recover, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to rebuild better. One of the biggest challenges that is facing us, and I also know that it is a national situation, is insurance. And so today I'm here at the County Hall of Administration. We do 2 press conferences a day, one in the county, one in the city, and we had our state insurance commissioner here. We do have a state plan, but that state plan certainly needs to be increased. He talked about introducing emergency legislation to respond to some of the ways we need to strengthen our system. So many of the homes in the area, especially in the Palisades area, had their insurance canceled a year or so ago. And he talked about how he wanted to have a moratorium. He was going to use the power of his office to have a moratorium that said that no policies can be canceled even if your home was not damaged. If you're in the area and everybody around you burned down,
would they be able to do this?
Was not damaged, that your policy cannot be canceled.
It's a private company, dude.
So we have mobilized the philanthropic community. The philanthropic community is already setting up funds to assist. But we are also convening, and the city is taking the lead here in the rebuilding effort. And we're going to expedite rebuilding. It brings back a lot of memories for me in 1992 when we experienced massive civil unrest. And we were able to get the majority of Los Angeles rebuilt quickly by coming together and suspending, waiving rules. getting past bureaucracy. If your home was devastated in a fire, there's no reason for you to have to go all the way back through the permitting process. So while we are saving lives, preventing further destruction,
you got that
saving homes, saving businesses,
doesn't put out
dealing
anything.
with the emergency at hand, we also have our eyes on the future and are preparing to put forward policies, executive directives next week that would address how we bring our city back together and how we expedite the rebuilding. And so, again, let me just end by saying that, your leadership period over the last several years has just been outstanding. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, who's in Angelino, we know that when I spoke with you yesterday, you mentioned that you had to evacuate. You weren't going to mention yourself, but I asked you. And you mentioned that you had to evacuate from your home here while you were in Washington, D.C. And I just want to commend your outstanding leadership and let you know how the residents of Los Angeles are so deeply grateful.
Karen, one of the things I've found in my experience of dealing with disasters similar, not as devastating, of this is people take a look and the immediate help and they're satisfied and they're happy. But they look down the road and say, my God, look at downtown, it's gone. Look at how we're going to do this. We're going to need the United States Congress to follow up with appropriations to help provide for significant help for our fellow Americans who need this help, to pay for these programs that we have.
Help the richest people in America rebuild their homes.
And now yield to a woman who's an expert in all this. She and I
I'm sure the people in
traveled more
North
states
Carolina are going to love this shit.
Flying over fires for the last 4 years, and we literally observed from the air or on the ground more areas burned to the ground from Arizona all the way up to Idaho than the entire state of Maryland, if you took it all, to the ground. And so we're used to this, but nothing like the concentration that's here. This is profound. And so we got the best person we could. Go ahead, Diana.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I mean, you and I, sir, have traveled many different disasters, and I can say from what I've seen here yesterday that this is certainly one of the most destructive that you and I have had to deal with during our time here. I had a chance yesterday to talk with the governor and the mayor to hear some of their immediate concerns, but mostly to start to talk about what this recovery is going to look like. I had an opportunity to get briefings from the incident command post, both at the Palisades fire as well as the Eaton fire. And Madam Vice President, I had a chance to drive through Altadena and see just what the heart of this community is by hearing from the local officials and just witness the amount of loss that they are experiencing and going through. I mean, in addition to the thousands of structures that we hear about that are gone, many of those homes, an entire small business district, a booming business district in Altadena that has just been burnt to the ground, churches and schools and other public facilities that are just gone. And so this is going to be a very complex recovery. But I know that when we all come together and work together through all of our federal partners and bringing in our nonprofit and our private sector partners, that we are going to get through this. And your approval, sir, of the 100% for the debris removal and the emergency protective measures for 180 days is really going to be a game changer in helping to make sure that this recovery gets started off on the right foot. And the major disaster declaration itself is going to do so much. So many people, as you heard, are evacuated, and there's not very many in shelters. And so we know that so many people are either staying with friends and family or they're staying in hotels. And with the changes that we have made to our programs over the last year, we are going to be able to cover most of those costs, if not all of those costs, that people are incurring, whether they're staying with family and friends or they're staying in hotels, to help ease some of that burden. And as they register for assistance, so we've already got close to 10,000 people that have registered, but we know that that's going to continue to go up, and we're going to send more people into the community to make sure that they register. They're going to be able to get things to help support that recovery, whether that's moving into the next term and longer term sheltering or their longer term housing needs, to help reimburse for some of the losses and damages, even though we know it's not going to come close to the total devastation and the total loss that they had. Working together, again, if Congress approves additional funding and working with our partners like the SBA, we're going to really be able to help all of these families with their specific needs and what they're going to need to do to help start this recovery journey. And one of the biggest things is going to be debris removal. And, you know, we've had lots of conversations with the governor's team about debris removal. They have an excellent capability here within the state. And we're going to be able to provide technical assistance through the Army Corps of Engineers to make sure that they're getting everything done in the most expeditious way possible so they can start that recovery process. And I think, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, what I would just close with is that, as you have said, and as you know, the governor, and I've talked to the governor and the mayor, we are going to be here with you. Governor, mayor, just know that FEMA, the entire federal family, is going to be here with you throughout this entire recovery journey. We are going to work through the complicated problems together. We're going to find the right federal resource to meet the needs and to get the outcomes that you want. And we're going to help every Angelino with the impacts that they've had and help them on this road to recovery.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that that you and I have done, Deanna, is we not only have to build back, we have to build back better. There are certain things we can do to prevent things from being, if the same thing occurred, from as much damage occurring. And that costs money, but it also saves money. There is climate change. There is climate change. This is part of it. We have to deal with it. And the other thing is that, you know, when I was with you, Gov, and we were looking around the state, it looked to me as I traveled, when I was out with you in California, what it reminded me of more of a war scene where you had certain targets that were bombarded, where artillery was just blew them up. With no rhyme or reason. In other words, you'd have this fire going crazy and burning everything down and 3 houses being fine. Nothing's happening. Or neighborhoods that were still green. I mean, still green. And next to a place that, for example, you know, we're just looking at a Secret Service house that was out there. You know, all the vehicles are melted. Yet the house next door still has green shrubbery on it. And, you know, the house is fine. There's only, I think, 4 or 5 houses in that 200, you know, it's in the Pasadena area. But my generic point is, it's almost like it's a battle scene.
But, you know, Mr. President, we saw that in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida with hurricanes. This is also the nature of, to your point, this changing climate, these extreme weather conditions. Not only are they volatile and devastating, but there is no method necessarily to the impact in terms of the predictability of where it might land if we're talking about a hurricane or a wildfire.
Well, for example,
it's a resilience and adaptation becomes more important.
That in these other areas, like the hurricanes from North Carolina to Florida, where you saw entire highways devastated, coming off the side of mountains, dropping into, well, you got to build back the highway a different way, so make it stronger. We're going to have to deal with this, and we can make it. I know any of your constituents are listening and say, my God, don't tell me about better, just tell me about getting back. But, you know, we can not only build it back, we can build it back better, God willing.
100%. No, it is remarkable, and it's, yeah, to your point, particularly as the smoke is clearing, you see that.
How much shit are we going to have to build back better? Because the United States federal government has guaranteed building Baltimore Bridge back better, of course, because it was built like shit before. Ships shouldn't have the capability of running into the stanchions They should be on a separate island and protected by land. So they're going to have to build them a nice, brand spanking new bridge. And now we're going to build a bunch of brand spanking new stuff in California when California is the richest state in the country. Why can't they do it? Why can't they build their own? We build our own shit here.
Very indelibly and visually here in this fire.
Why can't Baltimore build their own shit?
More likely to have survived, those with different materials, those with the latest home hardening investments. And that was the chapter and verse, the lesson, the master class, and this was the campfire. Remember, we lost 85 lives, 18,000 structures up there in Paradise, California, and those structures that did survive. And so we've changed our building codes. We began to adapt to this new reality. And I just say this to the deniers out there: you may not believe in science, but you have to believe your own eyes. Mother Nature's been said by others, just, the chemistry, biology, and physics. She bats last, she bats 1,000. There's been no rain. It's January in Southern California. It's the wettest time of year. None projected in the next many days. There's been a modest amount since last May in Southern California. The hots are getting hotter, dry's drier, wet's a lot wetter with these atmospheric rivers. And on that, Mr. President, this is an area that we need to focus right now, and that's the likelihood that we may see some intense rain and a lot of debris flow and issues around.
The thing is, why didn't they do what they did in Vietnam and seed the clouds and make it rain here? Why didn't they do that? Why? They put a certain chemical up into the clouds. It makes them attract water into them, and they dump it. They can do it pretty strategically, and they were doing it that long ago, so they should be experts at it by now. Why don't we do that here when we see that we're having a drought? It's as if they want us to have natural disasters.
Massive flooding, which often is more deadly than the fires themselves.
That's what happened in North Carolina when we talked about the hurricane. You saw the entire rivers fill. And anyway, there's a lot we can do, though.
I do remember when we used to have a fire season. You remember that, Governor?
No.
We used to have a fire season, right? In your entire term, that has not been the case. This is January. Fire season used to be at the end of summer. So, absolutely correct. And then we know that was the reason for such massive, massive devastation. But again, sending out your Deanne Criswell, it was wonderful to meet you yesterday. Everybody was very excited to know that you were going to be here and to know that FEMA was going to be a resource that they can access right away. Continuing that is really what is needed right now, and I want to thank you once again.
The Vice President and I have initiated every federal agency, from the Department of Defense on, every federal agency to be part of this. And the other thing is, look, I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break. What this is all about is the utilities, understandably. What they did is they cut off power because they're worried about these high tension lines coming down and causing more fires in the wind, right? When they do that, guess what? They shut off the power that controls the ability to pump the water. And so now they're giving in generators here. I mean, this is complicated stuff. You're going to have a lot of demagogues out there trying to take advantage of it. But you're doing the right thing. We're going to get it done, God willing. And I say to the people of Southern California, God bless you. Stay strong. Stay strong. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
How far back does it go, though? Because it goes back to somebody who, people should have realized they needed underground cabling going to those pumps for the precise reason. Why didn't they see that? This has to be a thing elsewhere already. I bet it is a thing in other states, like maybe in Colorado or I don't know, Wyoming, states that are known for getting wildfires like we are. I wonder if they have underground or above ground, or if they have generators, or how their show is ran. If it's just like ours, hey, then we're all fucking retarded here apparently. But if it's not, then like, who's to blame then? How far back does it go that was built like that and it stayed like that?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for everything.
And you know, all kidding aside, you both have my phone number, so.
Yes, we do.
No, I mean, for real. Anything that comes up, you have any ideas, and if you didn't, I got a California vice president, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
that helps too.
she's mildly focused.
See, like I could understand there being above ground for utilities for regular customers, but for those pumps that are supplying power to the water that's being pushed for miles away from those pumps, those specific cables should have been underground, not the entire city. No, that's above and beyond. We're not talking about that. Those pumps could have kept the entire city from lighting up the way it did if they'd just been on that far away. The whole city doesn't need to be underground.
California vice
because they cut those pumps off because they cut power to the city. Those pumps should have been on separate power underground.
president, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
that helps too.
she's mildly focused on this. God love her.
The access to both of you is a tremendous benefit.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll keep in touch, okay?
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
With generators also, and maybe even above ground power go into it. Both go into it. You know what I'm saying? Both going. They would need to have both go into it just in case earthquake severs underground cables, and maybe above ground are still good, as well as generators. That pump should have had 3 power sources: above, below, and generator. Solar too, motherfucker. Everything. Big ass solar man, just in case. Wind turbine on it. Water mill. On a water mill on the water.
I'm going to be talking a little later this afternoon about
power the water with itself.
From Russian energy to what's going on in terms of the economy. But we'll focus on this issue now. We're going to just focus on this, and we'll be back on the rest. If it's about this, you can ask me a question.
It's about this.
Yes.
May I just ask you about, you mentioned yesterday that you're about to leave office. Are you coordinating with the incoming administration about this federal response?
Everything they know, every single thing we're doing about the response. My hope is that they'll have at least acknowledge we have some significant experience in this. We've done really well on it, and I'm praying that they continue to focus.
Mr. President, have you been told that the loss of life is likely to increase significantly in California?
It is likely it will increase. Whether significantly or not, we don't know yet. There's still a lot of people who are unaccounted for. We don't know where they are. I think this toll is likely to go up, whether it's significant or not. Pray God it's not, but it could be.
Can you specify what you're looting, Mr. President? How concerned are you about looting, incidents of looting in Los Angeles?
We are concerned. That's why I provided more police officers and more military. Look, the DOD is in full bore with this. We're providing everything from security through the military, the National Guard, supplementing the National Guard, because there's clear evidence that there's looting. There's clear evidence that people are going into these even places where they're evacuated, and it's not all rubble, and people are going in and they're looting. And so we know that will continue unless we make sure we're providing the help to prevent it from happening.
For Congress, Mr. President, what will you be seeking from Congress? Is it supplemental for this specifically, or is it broader for FEMA?
Well, I think whether I'm going to be here to suggest it, I have 10 days left. We have 10 days left, but we're briefing the incoming administration on what they're going to have to do. Look, we have an awful lot of experience in this, unfortunately. Climate change has been real. It's been real for the last 4 years of our administration. We've seen devastating impacts as a consequence of the changes. And it's just like, it's going to take more funding. I mean, look, you're the most informed people in the country. I'm not being facetious. You cover this every single minute. You've seen what these downtowns look like. I mean, they look like a bomb hit them. They look like they've actually been blown up. Entire sections of the cities blown up. Just to remove the debris. Just to remove the debris is an incredibly expensive undertaking. We're going to do it for them.
Dude, he's really going all in on for California, but wasn't for North Carolina. It's a fucking horrible look for Democrats, dude. It really is, because this is how they've handled almost every natural disaster that I've seen since Biden's been in office. If you're a Republican state, you better fucking help yourself. If you're a Democrat state, we got everything you need, baby. Fuck them, dude.
We're going to get it done.
Fuck them.
We're going to pay for it. But we've got to be prepared to pay for it.
And the states aren't even doing...
And when we do...
Newsom let this happen.
Better than we did before. So, thank you.
Now they're going to pay for it?
One last question. There was one last question. Do I have any estimates of cost? I could tell you, based on my experience, what I think the cost will be, but I'm not going to do that because we don't know. We want to make sure when we get the cost estimate, it's real, we've thought it through, we got the engineers and the scientists in to give us the best assessment of what's happening. And one of the things that is going to have to change, and we've been a broken record on this for the last 3 years, we got to change the way in which we transmit energy. And these high tension wires that are the things that cause some. Remember, we had someone from the other team talking about, well, we
Tesla had it right. Wireless.
The forest floor, so we have no fires. Come on, man. You know, the idea is if we had these wires underground, it's a hell of a lot safer.
What did you just make fun of Trump again about sweeping the forest floor?
High tension wires that are the things that cause some. Remember, we had someone from the other team talking about, well, we just ought to sweep the floor.
And what pisses me off about what he just did is they laugh about that because they take him like seriously about sweeping the floor of the forest with the broom or something. But yeah, you are supposed to clean out the deadfall that they weren't doing. And people had seen that they weren't doing it and said, this is going to be a problem if they don't do this. And then boom, it happened. And they're still in denial that it happened. I thought that it was going to wake them up a little bit. But they're... Bro, I don't even know, dude.
The forest floor, so we have no fires. Come on, man. You know, the idea is if we had these wires underground, it's a hell of a lot safer. It wouldn't have as many fires as we have now or in the future, but it costs a hell of a lot of money.
He doesn't even know why we wanted the wires underground. All we need is the wires underground going to the pump. Not everybody with their wires underground. That's not necessary right now. The pump went offline because the wires went underground. Dude's lost, man.
Put it underground. So we're working out all those issues to determine what would be needed when I say build back better, to build back in a way that diminishes the prospect.
Dude, that would be a waste of money to bury all of the Pacific Palisades power lines underground, dude. Actually, wouldn't it? How often do they really get hit? It's all they just need the fire prevention more than anything. Was the down power lines causing that many extra fires? I didn't see any of them really sparking fires up like that. Like a waste of money.
Weather and the environment is going to continue to cause such devastation. We can protect against much of it, but it's going to cost a lot of money to do it. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Run. Ooh, we gave her the side eye. They didn't have enough to hold that guy, though. A new fire is broken out, by the way. This has happened 22 minutes ago. Hey man, this is the year of fires. Every day we're gonna have a new one. Did I start a fire channel? Today's fire, folks, we got is in Los Angeles area. Pretty soon we're not gonna have anything to burn. We love YouTube.
You see the trees still blowing around down there?
Don't forget your love that you have for YouTube. YouTube is awesome.
Yeah.
Catherine's. No, I don't give a shit about Catherine's wildfire tracking channel, which you're trying to promote right now. I could care the fuck less. I don't really care about wildfires that much.
30, huh? Okay.
Only if they're right next to me. If it's in Colorado, if it's over in Wyoming, I don't give a shit. Texas, don't care. My county? Okay, we got something here. So I'm going to be more of just LA County Fire Patrol. Why does she have to be single for me to be a co-host? I'm not trying to have sex with her. Water in it. Stop bugging me, dude. Dude. What the hell does she even want up here? She keeps coming up to the desk because she wants something. At the point after I yelled at her. Open the window now. She got up here and was fucking with the cables. That's where I draw the line. Well, she's gonna have to wait. Alright. I'll play with her. She's alright. I hang out in here with her all day long. But I do close her up in here for like 8 hours. But then got me for a whole nother day. Huh. What do you want? I think she likes the lighter. She likes the sound it makes. She wants to touch it. Now you know what I'm dealing with over here. When I grab her, she's like, she'll be right there, about to walk over to my lap or something, or about to try to walk onto the desk. Right there.
All right, ready to go.
He's not attacking me. Did you really? Oh, you want that? That's what you want. How do you even know that's there? Is it making some sort of noises? Huh? Is it making sense? You could hear it? How did you know it was there?
Do you have that cube?
It must be this, because it's the newest thing on the table.
Sure, just a little bit of it.
It smells like... No, you can't have it.
Back it a little.
No.
A little more. Oh, that's fine.
You don't want this either. Go away. Go away.
Yeah, better. Anywhere. Where you started, it was perfect.
Cat toy.
I think
she really wants the aluminum foil, though.
Yeah.
No! Get out of here! She's starting to sniff the ashtray.
What's going on back there?
Damn. Dude, go on! Let me play with her or something.
Stop back there. It's starting to bother me. Too many evacuations going on. At your age, I'm surprised you can evacuate so many times.
No. Go. He's about to jump my lap again. Here. Party time.
Oh, it's looking great. I mean, great news from the Archer fire. When this first took off, boy, we really thought it could come down the hill and burn toward Tuscan and Cessnon. That's on the bottom of your screen there. It's in Granada Hills, right next to O'Melveny Park. But boy, they were able to save it, and the reason they could were the helicopters. Here's video we shot moments ago. The Chinook came in, and it made a drop, 3,000 gallons. It was significant, and it really did a lot to knock this fire down. We'll come back out to a live shot. There was a lot of concern that the fire might jump Cessnon, might come to this neighborhood right here off of Tuscan and Cessnon, and once it did that, it would really be a problem. But City Fire responded quickly. They did go into a mandatory evacuation in this area. I think that will be lifted soon. We'll show you a wide shot for the most part.
Now you got to stay for 1 minute.
Acres. You see the structure protection in place. A 30-acre fire, but for the most part, it looks like it's nearly a knockdown. Firefighters will stay on scene to make sure it doesn't flare up. The wind's about 20 miles an hour out of the north. Certainly nothing like we saw a few days ago. Thank goodness for that. If we had those winds, we may have lost a lot of homes in this area. Philip, Giovanna? Sure.
Gotta stay now. My buddy.
Hey, Chris.
My buddy. My buddy and me.
All right.
Are you staying? No, don't leave.
Let's climb. Let's go east.
Don't leave. Don't. Almost. You wanted to come hang out. You said you wanted to. He's like, I'm not a part of this. Let me out of here. There's Simon out. He probably has to go pee.
We were told to go to the Eaton fire. Chris said he was going to tell you.
There's another fire?
Power me up, my friend. I want to go to about 17,000 feet.
It's pretty interesting how much trust we put into machinery to just keep on working, just keep on chugging along up there in the air that high up. All it takes is the motor, one component not work properly. Stop sniffing that ashtray. More of those. Oh, there's. Oh, there's something to get. Supreme Court signals it will uphold ban on TikTok.
Following today's oral arguments, the Supreme Court is ready to uphold a ban on TikTok that is set to take effect in 9 days. The popular app is used by as many as 170 million users in the U.S.
Are they upholding it?
A bipartisan law orders TikTok to shut down in 9 days unless it finds a new owner that is not in China or the Supreme Court takes action.
To give you some background, lawmakers fear that through TikTok, China could acquire Americans' private data or could.
Why are you continuing to want to jump on the desk constantly?
TikTok's lawyer acknowledged to the 9 justices this morning.
The hell?
That they would use that information.
It's ridiculous, dude. What the fuck does she even want up here?
Spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA.
All night. Yesterday, day before.
State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law.
Let's get the latest on what happened today with CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupik. Joan, it looks like the justices are not going to block this ban.
Oh, okay,
good. It does, but I've got a couple caveats. No, you could tell that they were with the federal government here in terms of the main motivation. But there are a couple of questions. There are actually 3. First of all, is this a First Amendment infringement? And once you get past that, has the Congress passed a law that's narrowly tailored to
you both are being fucking weird
kind of
today,
meet
man.
its compelling interest to override the First Amendment free speech interest? And then after that, what about timing? Because that did come up here. Could this possibly not take effect on January 19th, which is when it's scheduled to take effect, which of course is a day before President-elect Donald Trump comes in? First of all, on that exchange that you just listened to, there was so much concern about the potential for, Chinese espionage. At one point, the Chief Justice also said, so are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government? Because TikTok, while an American company, is owned ultimately by ByteDance, which is, headquartered in Beijing. So that was a real concern. But those 2 grounds that you just mentioned that Congress passed the law based on, the data collection for blackmail and other espionage, and the covert manipulation, it was that latter grounds that the justices were really suspicious about. Doesn't everyone know now that TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company? Wouldn't they know that potentially that there could be some manipulation? So I think the justices might not agree with the government on the extent of the grounds here. So bottom line, it looks like this court is ready to rule against TikTok, but then finally timing. The question came up of whether there should be some postponement of the effect of the law taking place on January 19th, which is what Congress had dictated when it passed the law back in April. President-elect Donald Trump has said, put a pause on it. TikTok has said, put a pause on it. And the justices started to ask about that. And the Solicitor General of the United States, currently the Biden administration Solicitor General, said, no, if you're going to rule for us based on our national security grounds that it looked like they were ready to buy, there's no reason to say that that would justify any kind of postponement here. But there seemed to be some sentiment about should they act when we're in the middle of a transition between administrations, and what would the consequence be if they were to do it that way?
It's going to be so interesting what happens, especially with the timing. Joan, thank you so much for that. Sure. We do appreciate it.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Good afternoon. All right. So the President and the First Lady continue to grieve the lives lost and livelihoods destroyed by the tragic wildfires that are burning communities in Southern California to the ground. Before I hand it over to FEMA Administrator.
What? 7.
This entire community's burnt. Hi, everybody. Hi. Good afternoon. All right. So the President and the First Lady continue to grieve the lives lost and livelihoods destroyed by the tragic wildfires that are burning communities in Southern California to the ground. Before I hand it over to FEMA Administrator Dean Criswell, who has been on the ground in California and will provide further details on the federal response, I wanted to take a moment to remind everyone in this room and who's watching at home that this is not about politics. This is about people. This is about humanity. People who have literally lost everything. Homes, schools, and businesses, entire communities burnt to the ground. Treasured artifacts like personal photos, precious family heirlooms, and other priceless belongings all reduced to rubble. And I know there's many of you, your colleagues out there, who are on the ground trying to cover all of the disastrous moments that we're seeing on the ground with this event. And I hope you all are being safe out there. We need to be thinking about Californians, their priorities, and how we can all come together to support them. From Maui to North Carolina to California, we have seen that these disasters do not discriminate. So it is on all of us to show these people, to show folks in California, some compassion as they are reckoning with an unimaginable disaster. While nothing can bring back what many have lost, the President and his administration are continuing to use every tool at our disposal to help fight these fires and ensure that the communities impacted are able to recover. The President has received regular briefings on the fires, and at his direction, his team has been in constant contact with their state and local counterparts from the day the fire started. Just last night, he spoke separately with Governor Newsom, Senator Schiff, Congressman Sherman and Liu, Mayor Bass, and LA County Supervisors Solis and Barger to discuss the latest updates on the wildfires across Los Angeles. And earlier this week, the President was in California, where he received briefings from personnel on the ground and met with firefighters who are on the front lines of this response to ensure they have the resources they need. As soon as the fires broke out, FEMA approved fire management assistance grants to reimburse California for firefighting costs, and the president immediately approved the state's request for a major disaster declaration for California, allowing impacted communities and survivors to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery. As you just heard from the president moments ago, we have made some progress over the last 24 hours. Overnight, local, state, and federal firefighters partially contained some of the largest wildfires. There is still a long way to go, but we will continue to be with the people of California every step of the way. Other actions the Biden-Harris administration has taken is to support local firefighting efforts include 5 U.S. Forest Service large air tankers operating in Southern California with an additional tanker en route, over 20 federal firefighting helicopters performing operations in the area in support of state and local firefighters. Additionally, 2 air firefighting system units are being deployed from each of the California and Nevada National Guards, and 10 Navy helicopters with water buckets are en route from San Diego. And Colorado is providing assistance
just
from
now
the
en route. The
mobilization
shit's out already,
of
isn't it?
aviation assets, as well as fielding of 50 engine companies to assist with firefighting on the ground. As always, we stand ready to provide further support as needed, and we urge residents in the affected areas to remain vigilant and heed the warnings of local officials, especially if you have been ordered to evacuate. And to everyone impacted by this tragedy, please remember that we see you, we are with you, and we will do everything within our power to get you the help that you need. With that, I will turn it over to the FEMA administrator, Criswell. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Thank you, Corrine. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I just want to start by telling everybody that has been impacted by these devastating fires that my heart is with each and every one of you. And I know that you continue to face these fires as they are still working to bring them under control. And unfortunately, this will probably be a life-changing event for so many of you. But FEMA is here, along with our entire federal family, to help you through this recovery process. We are going to continue to support the state and the local jurisdictions, the local first responders, as they continue to try to contain this fire and eventually extinguish this fire. I arrived on the ground yesterday, as Corrine said, at the direction of the president. I had an opportunity to meet with Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass. We discussed what their immediate needs were, as well as began the conversation about what their recovery needs are going to be. The governor, the mayor, and I had an opportunity just before this to also brief the president and the vice president about what their concerns are, about what their needs are going to be, and provided an update on the current status of the firefighting operations. Yesterday, I also had an opportunity to receive briefings from the incident command posts at the Palisades fire, as well as the Eaton fire. And I think the most important thing that I want to make sure I continue to get across to everyone is this situation is still very dangerous. It is still very dynamic. The winds have died down today, but as I just got a weather briefing at the county EOC, the winds are going to increase again in the coming days. And so people still need to stay vigilant. They need to listen to their local officials. They need to heed their advice so they can keep themselves and their families safe. I also want to just take a minute to commend all of the amazing and heroic work that the firefighters are doing around the clock to fight these fires. They have been working night and day. I had a chance to speak with several of them, some of them whose homes have also been lost or their families have had to evacuate. Yet they still show up every day supporting their communities, trying to keep them safe. And I just want to say thank you. I want to thank all of them for their heroic efforts because they are making a difference.
Wait, do you want to see the ashtray?
The National
Is that
Interagency
it?
Fire Center continues
ashtray.
to provide resources to support CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles County and City Fire Departments. FEMA is also supporting the recovery efforts.
Are we good?
We're supporting those that have been impacted by this fire. I even met with the SBA administrator here just briefly, who is also here to support them, businesses and individuals that have been impacted by these fires. With the quick major disaster declaration, residents can now register and begin their recovery journey. Some of the immediate things that we can provide to them are to cover the costs that they're incurring as they have been evacuated, helping to support what their longer-term shelter and housing needs are going to be. We can also help support crisis counseling and disaster unemployment. These are just a few of the programs that we have. We have many more, and I encourage everyone to begin that process by registering now. Recovery from these fires is going to be complex. I've seen many disasters throughout my 4 years in this role. This is certainly one of the worst that I have seen. And the debris removal alone is going to be one of the major things that we have to accomplish, that the state has to accomplish to get this recovery journey started. And that's why when President Biden authorized 100% reimbursement for the first 180 days is really going to set the stage to jumpstart this recovery for these communities. I had a chance to drive through some of the communities that were impacted as well. And it's not just the homes that are lost. We've seen schools that have been destroyed, businesses, small businesses, religious institutions. These are things that we are going to be able to help with temporary facilities like temporary schools to help get children back into the schoolhouse, but also any other emergency measures as they begin the work of permanent repair. Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and we continue to hear the numbers change, but know that this is going to be a long-term recovery for all of these individuals that have been impacted. And as I told the governor and the mayor yesterday and today, I assured them that our programs, our staff, the entire federal family are going to be here with them, alongside them, helping them achieve the outcomes that they need to not just rebuild these communities, but also rebuild them in a way that's going to make them stronger and more resistant to the types of weather events that they have been experiencing. This recovery journey is going to be long, but we are going to be there with them to support them every step of the way. And with that, Corrine, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Go ahead, Z.
Thanks, Corrine. Thanks, Administrator. I hope you can speak to.
Oh, man, her tail really started moving before that jump.
Money currently to fund the immediate response needs, or is there a need to go to Congress quickly to get additional funds? And then separately, 10 days out from the presidential transition, what steps are underway at FEMA to ensure that what has been done so far, what's going to be done in the coming days, is sustained at the career level and beyond, into the new administration? Thank you.
Yeah, with the recent supplemental, FEMA received $27 billion. And so we are now able to continue to support the ongoing recovery efforts for all of the disasters that we've been supporting, to include now the immediate response and the initial recovery efforts that are going to be needed here in California. So we're very grateful for the bipartisan support from Congress to give us that additional funding so we can meet the needs of the individuals that have been impacted. And as far as going through the transition, we have an amazing, dedicated workforce of women and men that are going to be able to continue to support them. Our regional administrator here has worked many fires across several different administrations, and we are going to work day in and day out to continue to support them through the authorities. The administrator here has worked many fires across several different administrations, and we are going to work day in and day out to continue to support them through the authorities that are given to us through the Stafford Act.
Thank you, Administrator, for taking our questions. I wonder, realistically, how quickly will people be able to obtain these temporary living quarters? What are you doing to set those up? Where are you setting them up? And how are you making sure to get in contact with people that may need those temporary shelters?
Yeah, so the first step that everybody needs to do, there's two things. They need to register for assistance with FEMA so they get in our system and we can continue to work with them on a case-by-case basis, because we know that everybody is going to have an individual and unique need, and they need to contact their insurance company because their insurance company may also provide alternate living expenses. We have a suite of tools, and one of the biggest tools and the best resources we have is reimbursing individuals for either the hotel costs that they're experiencing right now, or if they find a place to rent, reimbursing them for rental assistance. Given where we're at right now, we know that there's going to be a lot of rental resources, and that's going to be the best resource and the best tool that we have to support the families that have been impacted. But we have other tools in our toolbox. And so, again, we want to work with everybody individually because we know that everybody's situation is going to be different, and we're going to apply the right tool for their particular situation.
Thank you, Administrator. I know you can't obviously put a dollar sign on this, but can you just help us put into perspective a bit how you think the cost of this may compare to the cost of other recent natural disasters? And I'm hoping you could also comment on some misinformation that's out there. We've seen these erroneous evacuation orders and how concerned you are that may lead to people to not responding to or not paying close enough attention to actual real alerts.
Yeah, it's really hard right now on the cost of the disaster to put a number on it because we haven't been able to assess how much of the infrastructure has been damaged. I mean, we know the thousands of homes that have been impacted, but the real cost of these disasters comes from how much of the actual infrastructure has been damaged, the roads, the water system, the power, but also the soft costs and the economic impact. We know that this is going to be billions. And so we really want to continue to focus right now on whatever we can do to continue to support California in getting this fire suppressed impressed in starting this recovery process. And again, thanks to the bipartisan support of Congress, we have enough funding to support those recovery efforts and these response efforts. And as far as the misinformation and the alert that went out, I mean, we want to make sure people are getting timely and accurate information. And I will defer to the county for the specifics on what they're doing as far as that alert, but know that it's part of our wireless emergency alert platform that FEMA offers to state and locals, and we are providing technical assistance to them to make sure we can help them understand what happened and ensure that it doesn't happen again, because we have to be able to send out accurate information so we can give people the right information and they know to believe it.
Good job.
Thanks, Green. Administrator, the president was referring in the Oval earlier and yesterday to, I guess, some misinformation about the fire hydrants. Can you just spell it out clearly? Is there a water shortage? Is there an issue with water? And if not, what's the issue?
Yeah, I mean, I would really defer to the city and the county for the specifics, but what I have been briefed is that it was an overload of the system, right? There were so many simultaneous fires that happened at once. There was multiple firefighting resources that were utilizing and using the water system to put out these fires, and it put a strain on the system, and it takes time for that system to then regenerate. But the specifics on it, I really just want to make sure that you talk with them. As we heard from, the Los Angeles City Fire Chief yesterday, they plan for this. They have other resources available with water tenders, and now we have the ability to fly the aircraft into these communities to help put that fire out. And so it really, you talk about the multiple simultaneous fires that started, and it just put a strain on the system from my understanding.
Just one follow-up on the coordination with the incoming administration. Are you speaking to anyone yourself on the transition, and has the misinformation aspect come up in those discussions?
So we have a whole team dedicated to be working with the transition team, and they're providing regular briefings to them on a daily basis. And so we're providing whatever information that they ask for.
President Biden committed to 180 days of 100% match on recovery funds. Just technically, how is he able to commit to 6 months when he's only going to be in office for 10 more days? Is that locked in, or could that change if the next administration has a different idea?
This is a practice that many administrations have utilized to help support the immediate needs in the response to one of these major catastrophic disasters. And what we want to be able to do is recognize the catastrophic impact of that. And the president has the authority through the statute, through law, to be able to commit this amount of funding to support the recovery efforts. I would hope that we look at this, as I think Corrine said earlier, that these are communities that have had a catastrophic impact, and that we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a federal family to support them on this recovery journey. The statute, the law, allows us to do exactly what we did and allows the president to make that determination, and this is what they need. They need this support in order to facilitate the recovery that's going to have to happen.
And just a quick follow, does that mean that it can't be rolled back?
I mean, I'm certain that, anybody can make a determination on if they want to do something or not, but this was done according to the statute, and I would think that the statute would say that this is the direction that needs to happen and that it shouldn't be rolled back.
Answering the question.
This is Arlette Sines with CNN. In your conversations with any of the local officials, have any of them expressed concerns about the possibility that funding could be rolled back?
Well, I think I've gotten the question from several people about what's going to happen over the transition. And the same thing that I've said to you is that we have dedicated career women and men that have been supporting disaster response for everywhere around the country, not just this administration, but the previous administration and every administration before that. And the actions that we have taken in this administration are no different than the types of declarations that have happened before. And I, want to assure them that the law, the Stafford Act, that gives us the authority to provide these declarations is one that has withstood since 1979, and we will continue to implement it as directed by the law.
Kellyanne.
Administrator Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Do you have concerns about the inventory of available housing for people who've been displaced and for the length of time it would take for rebuilding? Obviously, it's going to be some time before you could even clear parcels that people may own or what have you. Do you see almost an extinction of some of these communities for a period of time?
So we're going to work with the state to understand what the housing stock is, because as I said, one of the best resources that we have is our rental assistance, and we want to get people into that longer-term temporary situation as quickly as possible so they can continue on with their lives. We're going to have to do an assessment to see what the availability is and then determine if we're going to need to bring in other tools to help support the ongoing housing requirement for these communities. But know that our goal is to keep people in these communities. We do not want them to move far from their communities. This is where they work. This is where their schools are. This is where their family, their religious institutions are. And so our goal is to find everything we can as close to their communities so they can keep the community part of them intact, right? The houses and the buildings might be gone, but the community stays, right? That community spirit will always be there. And so that is what our goal is, and that's what we'll work with the state and the county to achieve.
Okay. In the back, go ahead.
Thanks, Administrator. The President previewed that the death toll was likely to increase. Does the federal government have a handle on how many missing people there are, as well as any advice you have for people dealing with air quality issues at the moment?
So I didn't hear the second question, but to answer the first question, that's something I would have to defer to the state. All of those numbers come from the coroner to determine the number of fatalities, and the number missing is something that they'll track. We're just going to continue to support them if they need resources to help with that. And then what was your second question?
Just about advice that you would have for people dealing with air quality issues in the area.
With their what issues?
Air quality issues in the area.
Oh, air quality.
What's your
air quality
advice
issues.
to folks on
Again, listening to your local officials, there's definitely air quality issues around the area. And, you know, the beauty of the wind dying down is that they can get better control over the fires, but it also doesn't blow the smoke out. And so there are definitely a lot of concerns from across the area here about what the air quality is going to look like. And so they need to make the decisions that's best for them. And I know that the departments of public health at both the county and the state are providing information and guidance, and I would have them listen to them for what the best resources are for them to protect themselves from the air quality impacts from these fires.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Administrator. I'm curious, as you're briefing the incoming administration, are there specific steps you are recommending that they take in this response, given how long-term it's likely going to be?
Yeah, that's something that, I mean, our career staff that are here on the ground in California that are going to be back at headquarters, they will continue to work through all of the requirements to support the recovery efforts. And as the incoming administration comes on board, we will give them an update as to where we're at with the status and any challenges that we're finding and the direction and the vision that we need to do to achieve the governor, the mayor's outcomes for this disaster recovery, but all of the disaster recoveries, right? We had 179 disaster declarations just last year alone. And so our team that has been working these day in and day out for the last 4 years will continue to do so within the new administration.
Okay, last question.
Thank you, Corinne. So as the rebuilding gets underway, will there be any requirements around fire-resistant building materials to be used and other safety measures that, you know, construction folks should adhere to?
I just want to make sure I heard the question. As the rebuilding begins, are there going to be requirements on how they rebuild? Did I hear that right? I'm sorry.
Yes, on fire resistance.
Yeah, fire resistance.
Yeah, so one of the things that we can do to help support these communities is we do have mechanisms through our mitigation programs, whether that's in the public infrastructure that's getting rebuilt or through our hazard mitigation grants that the state can offer. As they rebuild, we want them to rebuild in a way that helps make them more fire resistant. And so we encourage the use of that flexibility within our authorities to make sure that these communities are stronger to face any future events that they might see like this.
Okay. All right, Administrator, since we have 10 days left, I wanted to be sure to say thank you so much for your service. It's been an honor to work with you. Please stay safe in California. And again, thank you so much.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, I have actually two more things, and then I'll get to questions. So I'll quickly turn to Venezuela, where Maduro once again demonstrated his complete disregard for democratic norms and proceeded with his illegitimate inauguration. As President Biden emphasized during his meeting with President-elect Edmundo González Urrutia on Monday, January 6, we believe that it is essential that the will of the Venezuelan people is respected. In coordination with our partners, we've given Maduro and his representatives every opportunity to restore democracy, but they haven't. So today we are building on all of our previous actions and taking further major actions. We announced new sanctions on key Maduro-aligned officials as a part of our efforts to hold them accountable, and we imposed more visa restrictions totaling nearly 2,000 individuals. We also increased the reward amount to $25 million for Nicolas Maduro and his so-called Minister of Interior as part of the Department of State's Narcotics Rewards program, only the second and third to have the largest amount allowed. It is important to note that we are taking these actions alongside similar actions taken by Canada, the European Union, the United Kingdom to demonstrate a message of solidarity with the Venezuelan people and further elevate international efforts to maintain pressure on Maduro and his representatives. Today, Maduro finds himself more alone than ever, with few friends in the region and in the world and around the world. And before I get to your question, just one more thing. I did want to highlight some good news we received this morning. The final jobs report for the Biden-Harris administration was released today, and a remarkable 250,000 jobs were created last month, defying expectations. Additionally, the unemployment rate ticked down to a low of 4.1%. This is the only administration to gain jobs every month. We had 0 months with job losses. This was no accident. President Biden's administration has delivered the strongest recovery in the world and laid a strong foundation for years to come by investing in America, empowering workers and unions, lowering costs, and supporting small businesses. Over 16.6 million jobs created, the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in 50 years. Record high employment rates for working age women, and lowest black-white unemployment gap on record. Inflation down faster than almost any other advanced economy, and incomes up almost $4,000. And again, this was no accident. This is because of the president's leadership. And as the president said, our nation faces an inflection point. Do we continue to grow the economy from the middle out and bottom up, or do we backslide to trickle down economics? And that is a question that we have to ask. In the meantime, we'll continue with this briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. First off, yesterday the Senate advanced the Lincoln-Riley Act, which passed the House. If it's presented to him before he leaves office on the 20th, would the president sign that bill or veto it?
So I'm not going to get ahead of what's happening. I know there was a procedural vote that happened in the Senate. I'm going to let the process play out. Let the senators do their work on that. I don't want to get ahead of that. So we're going to let it play out. I'm not going to get into hypothetical on this right now.
The administration also often puts out statements of administration policy. What stands there? You're not putting one out here.
Well, the process is still playing out, and so we're going to certainly follow all of the latest developments on this. And so we want to evaluate the bill. We haven't done that yet. We want to evaluate the bill certainly at the end of that process, and then we will have more to say. I just don't want to get ahead of it right now.
And the president of the Oval said he'd be speaking to us later today about Russia and some other issues. Is that going to happen?
So we'll have more to share with all of you on what the president's going to be speaking on. Certainly, we'll share that shortly.
He'll be speaking today.
That's what the president said, and that's what we're working out.
And then lastly, it's customary for presidents often to leave office with a final press conference. Does the president, how does he plan to schedule one for his final week in office?
So I don't have anything to preview right now at this moment. As you know, as you just mentioned, the president took questions today. He took questions yesterday. He's going to certainly continue to engage with all of you by taking your questions, as he's done multiple times recently. I don't have anything to preview about a press conference. Go ahead, Mary.
Do you or does the administration have any response to Donald Trump's sentencing earlier today?
So, look, we're going to focus, as
I don't like
one
how
of the
this
reasons we
fucking
had,
sign language bitch smiles all the
Administrator Criswell in
time.
the room, as you all know, and you guys have done a very good job. Certainly some of your colleagues who are out there on the ground
she
covering this
smiles.
disastrous, catastrophic
After she
fire.
says some dumb
And so
shit.
the president
you know what
wants
I mean?
to continue to focus on that. That's what
It's like
we want
she's
to
like,
continue to
yeah.
focus on.
What are you gonna do about
not
it?
focused on
We say stupid shit
on
together.
what occurred today, certainly with the court decision. We are, and we've been saying this, I know it's probably ad nauseum, we've been saying this, that we are running through the tape, and I think we have proven that almost every day.
She should know
certainly in
if Biden's going to do a
2025,
press
we've
conference.
been pretty
You know,
busy.
Trump would
And
have
so
one
that's
planned
gonna be our
already.
focus. What can we do to continue to deliver for the American people? What can we do to make the
Every hour
lives
on the
of
hour.
the American people better? And that is our focus, not going to speak to the decisions made in the court today.
Two questions, Karine. One on Meta. Meta made a decision this week about doing away with its fact-checking for Facebook and its other platforms. Does the White House have a reaction to that?
So we've been pretty consistent here over the last 4 years when any corporation or company makes a decision, a private company, to be more specific, makes a decision, we just are not going to comment. So I'm not going to comment on this. And so just going to leave it in that realm. But look, social media, I'll say this, social media companies make their own rules about content moderation. But with that said, we have been outspoken about our belief that the social media companies have an important role to play in enforcing their own rules to prevent the spread of misinformation. That is a responsibility that company has, and we've always been pretty clear about that. But speaking specifically to an announcement, we're just not going to comment on that.
I understand, but that is something that you guys have been outspoken about, and they're making a change on that. So
Yeah, but
I guess it's something I thought maybe you would want to comment on.
I mean, look, we talk about social media companies having a responsibility. We've always said that. We've all been really clear about that. We've also been clear that policy decisions that are made by private companies, we're not going to speak to those specific in announcement, but we can speak broadly on our belief and how we see their responsibility. And that's as far as that we've always gone, and we're not going to go beyond that.
Just briefly on another topic with regard to the Russia sanctions that were announced today, does the president, does the White House have any concern that that could lead to an increase in gas prices for consumers?
So look, we took aim today in your question at Russia's largest resources of revenue and imposed significant sanctions on the Russian energy sector. These sanctions certainly target both Russian oil and LNG, and we expect our actions to cost Russia upwards to billions of dollars per month. And so that's important to note as well. And these also, let's not forget that these are also, these sanctions really continue for us to make good on the commitment that we made, that the president made, and his G7 counterparts made to target Russia's ability to use its energy sector to fund and sustain this war. We've talked about this for some time, and so now the president certainly made good on that commitment. So it's not just us. Obviously, we joined these actions with the UK, which imposed significant and complementary actions of its own. And so I think it is important to note that, by taking these significant actions against Russia, oil markets are in fundamentally better place. That's number one. And number two, the U.S. economy is a fundamentally better place as well. And so that's why we took this action now. This is a commitment that the president wanted to uphold, not just the president, but also the G7, his G7 counterparts, and that's what you're seeing right now.
But my question was whether you're concerned that it will lead to an increase in gas prices.
I mean, look, I've said, look, one of the things that we expect and we believe is that the supply of energy is going to exceed global demand through this year with ample capacity within the outside of OPEC Plus to increase production if necessary. So since the start of Russia's war, benchmark oil prices have fallen almost $35 per barrel, and average U.S. gasoline prices have dropped from roughly $4 to just $3 per gallon. That's because of the actions that this president has taken. And so that is what we want to continue to see. And so that's what we also think will continue to be. Like the gas prices, we believe the gas prices will continue to be where it is and continue to go down because of the actions that the president has taken.
President Biden was expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky when he was in Rome today. Is he planning to speak with him?
So the president did speak to President Zelensky moments ago. We will have a readout for all of you. Obviously, the president wanted to reach out to President Zelensky because, as you just stated, they were supposed to meet in Rome. It did not happen because the president decided to stay and be back here because of the catastrophic fires, obviously, that we're seeing in Southern California. So the president decided to stay back, but they did have a conversation. They spoke moments ago, and so I know the team, before I came out here, was going to work on a readout, and so we'll have that out to all of you soon.
In his interview with the USA Today earlier this week, the president talked a bit about preemptive pardons, saying that they are still potentially on the table. Can you speak a little bit about the scope that he is considering when it comes to that,
something.
and if he's any closer?
So we've been saying that the president will have more to say, more to announce on pardons and commutations. So that is, we have 10 days to go. So certainly that will be very soon that we'll make those announcements. I'm not going to get into the scope. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but we will be making some more additional announcements on pardons and commutations before the end of his term. Okay.
You mentioned the president spoke with Zelensky, but is he also going to have a conversation with the Pope? I know he was also supposed to meet with him. Yeah. Or is there any thought that the Rome trip could sort of reemerge in the final 10 days?
I don't have anything to say, to add or to announce about a change in schedule. What I can say is I just mentioned that he spoke to President Zelensky. He wanted to share with the president our continued support for Ukraine, which you've seen over the past 3 years. And so that was a part of their conversation. As it relates to the Pope, I don't have anything to announce about a conversation with the Pope. And so if we have anything to share, we certainly will share with all of you. Kelly.
Has the president received any updated information about the status of his son's home in California? Also, his granddaughter lives there now. He did make some reference to seeing some pictures. I wasn't quite certain I heard it correctly, related to Secret Service being burned out. Can you give us an update on anything that relates to the family?
So what I can say, Secret Service, you would have to reach out to the Secret Service for them to speak to any developments and what has occurred with them. As it relates to the president and his son, I don't have anything else to add beyond what the president shared. Just don't have anything at this time.
Is he inquiring and getting any on-the-ground information?
I don't have anything to share. What I can say is that when it relates to Secret Service, certainly you have to reach out to the Secret Service. But obviously he's in close touch with his son and his family.
He referenced that, and they would only be present if protectees were at issue, and they would be connected to the president. So that's why I'm asking if he's getting any update on anything related to that.
Well, again, I don't have anything else to add to what the president shared. As it relates to Secret Service and protectees and what they're doing specifically, you would have to reach out to the Secret Service, and we've been pretty consistent.
Only one more
did he have any
week and a half
opportunity at
left
all
to
to
this
speak
woman.
to the president-elect about the fires? And they were obviously briefly in the
Awesome.
same place yesterday with the Carter funeral and so forth. Does he see a need to?
I actually watch these sometimes, and I'm tired of seeing her.
Transition operation. You heard the administrator talk about their kind of process on that side as it relates to FEMA. Don't have a conversation to read out that the president had with the president-elect. But as you said, there's a transition happening. We want it to be effective. We want to make sure that they have what they need, and so that continues.
And one last one.
Yeah.
As a part of transition, is an office of the former president also being stood up, and would that be in Delaware, presumably?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about location, but the protocols that normally occur when a president leaves his post, it's going to continue. I don't have a location for you.
And just briefly, we talked about the president's family being affected by this. The vice president's home was also under an evacuation order. Any update there on her home?
Yeah, I mean, it's devastating. This is her city, her neighborhood, and her state. I would have to refer you to the vice president's office on any updates that they might share with you. I don't have anything for you at this time, but certainly it's devastating. So many people are affected by this, and it's heartbreaking.
Just a quick follow-up. Will she travel to the Los Angeles area this weekend? Is there any travel plan for her?
I would refer you to the vice president's office on any travel or her schedule.
One more.
Yeah,
one
sure.
quick one, I promise. So we talk about the transition. Have you hosted any conversations with your immediate successor? And when will your final briefing take place?
I'm sure you guys are all very excited about that.
No, I'm just
So I have not had a discussion with my successor. I'm letting the transition team kind of manage that process and just doing my job, focusing on my job on behalf of the president. And we will have a briefing next week, and certainly we will share that with all of you to say goodbye. All right. Yeah.
I agree. A couple of topics, if you don't mind. First, on Venezuela, you mentioned the sanctions that the administration is putting on Venezuela in its final 10 days. Are you in discussions with the incoming administration about policy towards Venezuela, and are you expecting those sanctions to hold once Trump does take office?
And so, look, I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do or not do. What I can say is, and I believe Jake Sullivan talked about this when the National Security Advisor talked about this a couple times, whether in a gaggle here at the podium, saying that they are in constant communication with their incoming counterparts, the NSC is, and so I'm sure those conversations are happening on that side of things with the transitioning. I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do or not do, but we are in constant communication with the transition team here is in constant communication with their transition. Well, their transition team is in constant communication with our folks here.
Just another one on Havana syndrome and AHIs. There's been a slight shift in the intelligence community assessment surrounding this phenomenon. Yeah. Does the White House believe that this is because of foreign actors? It's happening because of foreign actors?
So look, we put out a statement on this, so I would certainly refer you to the statement that came out from my colleague out of the National Security Council. What I will say is the intelligence community assessment is one element of an interdisciplinary approach this administration has taken to getting to the bottom of these incidents. We believe it's important to do so and ensuring our colleagues receive the support and care they need and that they deserve. So the IC's updated assessment is a product of ongoing analysis. That's basically what is stated in our statement to make sure that we continue those efforts, which we welcome and which only reinforce why it is vital for the U.S. government to continue critical research, investigate credible incidents, and provide care. So they're an ongoing process, and so that is part of what certainly our statement stated, and also what the ICA said as well.
I read that statement from Sean earlier, and part of it said that the current administration will be briefing the incoming administration about this to continue that work. What does that kind of briefing process look like, and what does it involve?
I mean, look, I'm not going to get into private discussions or conversations. Obviously, this is a intelligence community situation, so I'm going to leave it in there, certainly in their hands. So I'm not going to divulge or get into what those conversations will look like. But like I've said multiple times, we are certainly keeping the transition team up to date on matters that are important, certainly to our national security, but to the American people.
That's great.
Okay,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Josh.
The Supreme Court indicated today that it will allow these TikTok ban or divestment ruling to proceed with the deadline of January 19th. Does the administration have a position on whether that should happen? Of course, the incoming administration, he's changed his view.
So, look, we've been very clear about our position, obviously, the president signed the bill, and we believe it's not a ban, it's a divestment, and obviously there are provisions in that on how to move forward. It's in the courts. We've allowed that process to play out. I don't have anything else to add beyond that.
Can that divestment happen in 9 days? I mean, it seems like it's door number one at this point.
I mean, look, we've been very clear where we stand on this. 9-10 days. I would certainly leave it up to TikTok to speak to that.
Going back to the Russia sanctions.
By the way, I got that up next. Right now, I got TikTok paused. They're holding a press conference in the Supreme Court, and TikTok is talking, baby. All right, I have that paused. So right before they walk up on stage right now. It's been there for a little while.
Is this, the president-elect has obviously made clear his desire for some sort of deal to end the fighting.
Yep.
Is this trying to set the table for that by ratcheting up pressure on Russia? Another way of asking that is, why not do this earlier than now?
I mean, look, this is, as I stated, this is a commitment that was made by the president and the G7 counterparts, his G7 counterparts, and we've always said that we were going to find ways to put pressure on Russia. We've always said that it is up to Russia to end this war. They can do it today. And we've been, I think, pretty clear on that. This is not the first sanctions. We've done multiple sanctions over the past almost 3 years as this war has gone on. And so this was, it wasn't just us. This was also in coordination with our allies and partners. And so that's what you saw. You saw UK make an announcement as well. But we've been clear. We've been clear that we were going to take actions, and so that's what you see from this administration. But this is not the first one, right? We've done multiple, as I just stated, actions before, and we want to make sure that we hold Russia accountable here.
But by definition, you made the choice not to do these specific actions, which are pretty significant.
Yeah, they are significant.
For a couple of years. So why not? Well,
Again,
why didn't you do it a year ago? Why now? What changed?
And again, in my answer to you just moments ago, it's not just us. This is also being done with our G7 counterparts. This is essentially a group effort, and that's what you're seeing today.
Okay.
I know I have to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Do you have updates on the American citizens that are being detained in Venezuela? The Maduro government claims one of them is an FBI agent, if you can confirm.
So I don't have any updates for you at this time. I certainly would refer you to the State Department. Look, when it comes to Americans being held hostage, wrongfully detained, you have seen from this administration our efforts to make sure that we get Americans home. I think we have shown some success in doing that, and that is going to continue to be our commitment, even though we have 9-10 days left. I don't have an update on this particular individual. I certainly would refer you to the State Department.
And one more, if we can get a reaction on Indonesia becoming a full member of BRICS. Indonesia is obviously Southeast Asia's largest economy that could lend credibility to BRICS' ambition to become the alternative to the G7, particularly as we head into the new U.S. administration, which may have a different approach towards multilateral cooperation.
So I don't have anything specific to say about this. I would have to refer you to our National Security Council on that particular question. Okay, Garrett.
Thanks, Corinne. Meta also reportedly eliminated its DEI programs in hiring, training, and picking suppliers. And they cite the Supreme Court ruling in affirmative action. I know you said that you wouldn't comment on business policies, but the administration really went out of its way to sort of convince businesses not to interpret that ruling as anything that further than that. Is there a disappointment there that companies like Meta, McDonald's, Walmart are rolling back these DEI policies?
So, not going to comment on a specific action that a private company takes, but what I can say is that you've heard from this president, you've heard from this administration, diversity is our greatest strength. You have seen this not just by words, by action that this president has taken, and certainly that is a sentiment you've heard echoed by leaders across businesses and government, not just us, and so that continues to be our stance on this. It is important.
Acceptance of diversity is America's biggest strength, not blindly putting it on a pedestal.
Important to have different voices around the table. It's important to have different voices, working on policy to make sure that we are delivering for the American people. And that's what we have done. That's what we have shown. And as it relates to specific companies, I'm just not going to comment on that policy. But I think by our actions and what you have seen us do over the last 4 years, our commitment to that, our commitment to making sure communities that are normally left behind have a voice, or not, don't feel like they don't have access, and changing that around. We have done that in many ways, whether it's the economy, whether it's lowering cost on prescription drugs, making sure manufacturing jobs come back, helping for wages to go up. We have done this and shown our commitment to that. Again, I'm not going to speak to any particular company. Yeah, sure.
I recently spoke to Reverend Al Sharpton, and he said that he would like the president to issue a pardon for Baltimore County State Attorney Marilyn Mosby and Jesse Jackson Jr. Can we expect to hear an announcement on any high-profile pardons such as these?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He's going to make some more announcements or pardons and commutations.
wait for
Certainly,
those.
we've heard from groups out there who have certainly been very vocal about what they think the president should do. The president and his team is working through it. They're trying to figure out the best way forward. Obviously, the president believes in Americans who have shown that they can get a second chance to have that second chance. And I think you've seen that. This is a president that has been pretty historic in his actions in moving forward with pardons and commutations. I'm not going to get ahead of him. All right, okay. Karen.
Thanks, Corinne. Does the president expect that President-elect Trump will be here in the morning before the inauguration? Has that invitation been accepted by the
I would
president?
refer you to the transition team to speak to what the president-elect is going to do or not do on January 20th.
But he extended the invitation to come here.
That is something that is a tradition, so obviously we are going to try to continue that tradition, but I would have to refer you to his transition team. Go ahead, Emma.
Thanks. I had a few follow-up questions on the transition process. To follow up what Karen was asking, it's also a tradition for the president, incoming president, to stay at Blair House. Is that an invitation that's been extended?
I don't have anything to share on if the president-elect is going to be staying at the Blair House. What I will say is we certainly are trying to continue the traditions here. We want this to be an effective, efficient, peaceful transfer of power. Once we have more to share, certainly would share from our end of things, and anything that's related to the president-elect, I would refer you to the transition team.
And then we've seen some moving trucks out here today. Can you talk about where you guys are physically in the process? And have there been any directives? Because I know in the past with the other administration there's been issues with classified documents and mix-ups, and I know you guys have said you want to be careful and follow the rules. So
we are going to do our best, certainly to be careful, to follow the rules, to do this the right way, to follow traditions, obviously, as the president truly wants to do, as he showed right after the election, having the president-elect in the Oval Office, and putting everything aside and making sure that we were putting the American people first and what they wanted, respecting the results of the election. That's what you've seen from this administration. And we have 9-10 days left, and we're trying to run through the tape, do everything that we can, and get out of here in time on January 20th. Good.
Speaking of the days left, Monday the president's going to deliver this capstone speech on foreign policy at the State Department. I just wanted to sort of see what you could share from a preview. Is this sort of a defense of his foreign policy? Is it a warning to allies or advice that he wants to give the incoming administration? How should we kind of view the speech that the president's going to give?
Well, as I've stated many times already at the podium as it relates to the pardon commutation, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. And so he wanted to make the speech. There has been, there has been some key events, obviously, that has happened across the globe in his tenure, and this is someone who has been, when it comes to foreign policy, that is something that has been a key pillar of who he is and how in his career. And let's not forget, 50 plus years as a public official, elected official. And so he has some thoughts on the future, not just of the country, but how this country moves forward as a leader when you think about global events, important global issues. And certainly he will lay that out. I don't want to get ahead of him, but you could reassure there are major events happening right now. The Russia's war in Ukraine, the Middle East, and many other Indo-Pacific, many other important matters that he's going to certainly lean into, but I don't want to get ahead of the president. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you next week. Thank you.
Any reaction to the Title IX ruling, Kareem?
Ow, it's Zatarans. That's New Orleans for rats. You think I don't have content? I got content coming out my ass.
Here today, we will now get started with the press conference.
Gotta go wipe.
Our first speaker is attorney Noel Francisco,
can
who
hold it.
represented TikTok
Well,
and our
didn't they get the
parent company
diaper on?
ByteDance this morning before the Supreme Court.
Yeah, nobody hold me down. Take me away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noel Francisco. I'm a partner at Jones Day, and I'm proud to represent TikTok Incorporated and ByteDance Limited in this important First Amendment case. We thought that the argument went very well. The justices are extremely engaged. They fully understand the importance of this case, not only for the American citizens of this country, but for First Amendment law generally and the rights of everybody. We thought that they vigorously questioned both sides. They put us through our paces, but what really came through is that they understand the importance of this case. We're very hopeful of a favorable decision. I'd just like to emphasize a few points that came up during the argument. First, and perhaps most importantly, TikTok Incorporated is a United States company. It's incorporated in the state of California. It's got thousands of employees based here in the United States. The government does not dispute that it is a bona fide U.S. subsidiary operating in the United States in accordance with all of the applicable principles of American corporate law. Second, ByteDance Limited is a private company. It is a private holding company that is based in the Cayman Islands. It is not owned by China. No arm of the Chinese government has an ownership stake directly or indirectly in TikTok Incorporated or ByteDance. ByteDance, rather, is 58% owned by global institutional investors, including very large American institutional investors like Susquehanna and General Atlantic. It is 21% owned by its employees, many of whom are American employees here in the United States, and it is 21% owned by one of its founders, who is a Chinese national living in Singapore. Third, TikTok Incorporated exercises independent judgment with respect to the algorithm in the United States. The source code for the algorithm is brought into the United States and stored on servers located in Virginia. There, it's converted into executable code, it's modified, it's customized, it's trained, it's moderated pursuant to moderation policies, and it's implemented in the United States. So when TikTok Incorporated implements the recommendation in the United States, that is very much TikTok Incorporated's speech. That is the speech of a U.S. entity speaking in the United States. Fourth, the intellectual property for the algorithm is not owned by the Chinese government. It is owned by ByteDance Limited, which is a global entity, a company that is incorporated in the Cayman Islands and operates through subsidiaries throughout the world. And then my final substantive point is that the United States government concedes that it has no evidence that China has ever attempted to date to control the U.S. TikTok platform. It concedes that China has not attempted to censor content on the platform in the United States. It concedes that China has not attempted to misappropriate user data in the United States. And if China ever asked TikTok or asked TikTok through ByteDance to do any such thing, it would refuse. I think what we heard today in oral arguments when all of the lawyers were up were the important First Amendment principles at stake here. We're talking about a social media platform that is regularly used by 170 million Americans. That is half the country. This country has never taken the step of shutting down a speech platform, much less such an important speech platform, because, as the government effectively concedes in its briefs, it's afraid that the content that could come out on that platform might be, dangerous. We don't normally think of speech as dangerous. The Supreme Court has repeatedly said speech is not dangerous. And you don't shut down a speech platform because you're worried about speech being dangerous. That is the whole point of the First Amendment, that we engage ideas with ideas and we let the truth come out. That's the fundamental problem with this act. It doesn't reflect the trust that the First Amendment places in the American people. We are confident that the Supreme Court will place that trust in the American people, and we look forward to a favorable decision out of the court. I'd now like to introduce my colleague and dear friend, Jeff Fisher.
Thank you, Noel. My name is Jeff Fisher. I'm a lawyer, special counsel at O'Melveny & Myers, and I represented the creator petitioners in this case. So I'll start with where Mr. Francisco left off. This is an unprecedented case, and I don't think there's any way to think about it in any other fashion. The government has never threatened to shut down a speech platform in this country because of the ideas expressed on that platform. And so the point of the creators here and their participation in this lawsuit is to absolutely drive that point home and remind the justices and remind the public that this case is at core about Americans speaking to other Americans about everything from everyday life to current events to anything else they care to express themselves on this particular platform about. And that is a most cherished freedom in this country. Another way to think about this is creators expressing themselves in all sorts of ways, whether it be with words or art or music or anything in between, have a right to choose under our First Amendment what publisher is best for them, what editor is best for them. A journalist can publish in a particular magazine because they like the leadership and the owners of that magazine as opposed to someone else. A music band can post their music on a particular platform or play in a particular venue in a particular city because they find that that expresses their art the best. Any number of other permutations that you can imagine. We don't have any decision ever from the United States Supreme Court that has ever restricted the right of a creator, a speaker in this country to express themselves through collaboration with publishers and editors against their own wishes, that they can be overridden in that sense. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking about purely American collaborators or whether our American collaborators have also foreign corporate entities to which they are related as well. Whether it's the BBC, the CBC, or NPR, people can choose to express themselves on whatever platform they wish, free and clear of government interference, particularly when the government's ranting for interfering. And I think this is where we take heart from the hearing today. When the government's reason for interfering is we don't like the viewpoint or the content that's going to be expressed through that platform. That is the core First Amendment value that our framers enshrined in the very First Amendment in our Constitution to protect freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom to create, freedom to share, and freedom to learn from other people. That leaves the only other thing the government had to say in court today, which is that this act could somehow be sustained solely because of data security concerns that have been expressed in various ways in various legislator statements. We just don't think that's correct. And so one thing I'd like to emphasize is that whatever data TikTok has from users by way of that relationship, that creator-publisher relationship, is no different from the data that creators would give to Instagram, YouTube, any other platform to express themselves on. There's no difference between the data in one place versus the other. And also, the data that's shared is done so on a voluntary basis. So one of the justices today expressed the concern about paternalism that comes from the government in this case, whether it be to protect us from ideas or to protect us from choices we might make to best express ourselves and share data about ourselves with our publisher. We think that's our choice to make. It's not the government's decision or its right to make that choice for us. So today, and perhaps the main event, is that I have 5 of the creator petitioners here with me today, and I really think it's important for you to hear from them because that's the face of this case, certainly from the American creator perspective, are the people that find TikTok an invaluable resource for self-expression, communication, and exchange of ideas. And so I'm going to introduce them and let them come up, I think, one by one and introduce themselves to you and then be available later. So their names are Chloe Joy Sexton, Topher Townsend, Paul Tran, Stephen King, and Tim Martin. These are 5 of the 8 creator petitioners in this case that were before the court today, and I believe most, if not all, in the courtroom today. So I'll let them come up in whatever order they wish and introduce themselves to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Tran. I want to first thank the Supreme Court for hearing our argument today. As co-founder of Love and Pebble, a small business built on the foundation of American entrepreneurship, I pray that the Supreme Court of America does what is right in protecting us. This isn't just about our business. It's about our fundamental right that makes our nation great. Our story embodies the American dream. My wife and I built Love and Pebble from the ground up using TikTok to share our passion and connect with people, with Americans all across the country, something no other platform has allowed us to do. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and when I look at her, I think about the America I want her to inherit. Do we want to teach the next generation that the solution to our challenges is to restrict freedom rather than protect it? Do we want to show them that it is acceptable for the government to decide which platforms Americans can or cannot use to express themselves and build their businesses? The First Amendment isn't a relic of the past. It's a living promise that must be defended in this digital age. By banning TikTok, we're not just removing an app, we're setting a precedent that threatens the very freedoms our country was built upon: free enterprise, free expression, and the freedom to innovate without unnecessary government intervention. Love and Pebble stands here represents more than just my family's dream. It represents the dreams of countless Americans and entrepreneurs who deserve the right to choose how they reach their customers and share our stories, real American lives. There must be a solution that protects both our national interests and our constitutional rights. My daughter deserves to grow up in a country where entrepreneurship thrives, where speech remains free, and where the government protects rather than restricts our constitutional right. The America I believe in doesn't shut down platforms for communication and commerce. It innovates, it adapts, and it finds solutions that preserve both security and liberty. That's the America I'm fighting for, and that's the America I want my daughter to inherit. So I pray that the Supreme Court hears the voices of myself and the millions of Americans. I pray that they protect our First Amendment right to use the platform of my choice, and I pray that they save TikTok. Thank you. Chloe, you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Chloe Joy Sexton, and I'm a plaintiff in this case from Memphis, Tennessee. In 2020, I was fired from my job after telling my employer that I was pregnant. I was also struggling to care for my mother, who I eventually lost to brain cancer. I then began raising my 7-year-old sister. I started creating TikTok videos to financially support my family and as a creative outlet where I discussed everything from parenting and grief to my love of baking. I could never have expected the outpouring of love and support from the community on TikTok. My videos went viral and allowed me to jumpstart my business, Chloe's Giant Cookies. I have now shipped thousands of cookies all over the world and even published a cookbook. As a small business without a lot of capital, I rely almost entirely on TikTok to market my products. To say TikTok changed my life is an understatement. TikTok is the place where people told me I could do so much more with my life than I ever believed. I am a plaintiff in this lawsuit not just for myself, but for all of the women who, through TikTok, found their dreams and financial independence while taking care of their families and their children. A TikTok ban would place these women, including myself, in true financial jeopardy. It would destroy both my business and the community that means so much to me. No other platform can replace it. I have tried posting the same exact content on other social media apps without anywhere near the same success. I thank the Supreme Court for hearing our argument today, and I hope that the justices will protect my First Amendment right to continue to use the platform of my choice. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Topher Townsend. I'm a plaintiff in this case from Philadelphia, Mississippi. I served in the U.S. Air Force and now run a nonprofit called Stand and Word Ministries, dedicated to promoting knowledge about the Bible. I also work as a hip-hop artist, focusing on topics such as faith and patriotism. So I started creating TikToks back in 2019 as a way to creatively express my political views and to share fun facts about the Bible. I found TikTok to be much more civil platform for discourse about important issues than other social media apps, allowing me to build a community and exchange ideas. TikTok is also an unparalleled platform for collaborating with other musical artists and promoting my music. My music really took off after I started sharing it on TikTok, even though I've been sharing to other platforms for many years previously. I largely credit TikTok with the fact that my music has been streamed over 100 million times, and I've climbed the Billboard charts multiple times, even achieving a #1 Billboard hit with my song, The Patriot. See, the streams mean income for my family, and the joy of knowing my music is reaching people around the world. See, without TikTok, I will lose an important platform to share my views and engage with others in a way I have not been able to do on other social media sites. And my 2.6 million followers around the world would also lose access to vital content related to faith and current events.
Hey,
as a veteran,
it's your boy,
an American who values free speech,
Skinny Penis.
I find it disturbing that the government is closing their
Oh, no,
form
no.
of expression for so many Americans. This ban betrays the values that I sought to protect while serving in the armed forces. I thank the Supreme Court for hearing our argument today, and I hope that the justices will protect my First Amendment right to continue to use the platform of my choice. And last but not least, we are not for sale. Thank you.
If any members of the media would like to speak with any of our creators to set up individual interviews, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for coming.
No, 50K. All our food's gone. Mama needs to wake up and come have lunch. I wish she still eats that.
Thank you all for joining here today.
Huntington Beach is again challenging a California sanction.
Huntington Beach is where I used to pay my rent from here. Like I would drive there sometimes and pay it if I was late on putting it in the mailbox. It's like there's Long Beach, then Seal Beach, and then Huntington Beach, I believe. And I used to go work out at Seal Beach. It's so close at the Navy base there. They have a gym from here.
Sanctuary law nearly 7 years.
No, from my last place, which was, it was about the same.
Years after its first attempt. The city argues in a lawsuit filed this week, the California Values Act, or SB 54, which limits local authorities' ability to work with federal immigration officials, is unconstitutional. They argue the law violates the supremacy and naturalization clauses of the U.S. Constitution and breaks federal law by advising local law enforcement not to cooperate with U.S. Immigration Customs and enforcement agents. The suit also cites a press release from State Attorney General Rob Bonta last month, reminding California immigrants of their rights and protections under the law. In the release, Bonta notes state and local law enforcement cannot assist ICE with immigration enforcement with very limited exceptions, saying ICE cannot detain migrants unless it's part of a joint task force whose primary purpose is not immigration enforcement. Huntington Beach Mayor Pat Burns says SB 54 hurts police officers' ability to fully enforce the law and keep our community safe. The California Values Act was signed into law in 2017 and was seen by some as an act of resistance by state Democrats against Donald Trump's first-term immigration policies. The Trump administration tried to have the law thrown out, but the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals panel rejected the attempt in 2019. Huntington Beach also unsuccessfully tried to have the law derailed in 2018. Bonta defended the law then, promising to protect the rights of immigrants and to uphold the law. The California Attorney General's office has yet to respond to the latest lawsuit at the time this report was published. For more on the story, download the Straight Arrow News app or go to san.com.
He's a freak. Little gassy, you know what I'm saying?
I want to bring in California State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who represents Pasadena. Senator, your own family had to evacuate, so let me ask you first and foremost, how are you all doing?
You know, my family's safe, and that's what's most important right now. I think my cousin's home where he was staying, unfortunately, it's pretty unlikely that it is still there because it was at the entrance to the Eaton Canyon Trail. I think my family's homes that are located over in Sierra Madre should be okay. I haven't had an opportunity to go look and check, but this is really not a safe time for people to be going and checking on their homes. So, you know, we can't verify whether or not their belongings are okay, but, you know, they're safe, and that is what is important.
Talk to me about the conversations you're having with your constituents. You probably just heard our correspondent, Katie Tur, who grew up there, knows a lot of folks there, and asking the question, what do we do now? Are there any answers?
You know, I think First and foremost, I want to encourage and emphasize to people that this is still an active fire. I met with CAL FIRE this morning. We have containment only at 3%. So it is not safe for people to return to their homes at this time, and I want to make that very clear so that people are not trying to come back when we are still in danger of fires. In addition to that, while you're sitting and holding tight, making sure that you are beginning to have conversations with your insurance company. For those that need help in person with navigating insurance, we are going to be having an insurance workshop with the insurance commissioner right here at Pasadena City College on January 25th and January 26th. That will be free and open to the public. Experts will be there to help guide them. And we're also telling people to begin doing their FEMA application. You will want to go to governmentassistance.gov to start receiving that assistance. That is so critical right now, is that we log into those websites, we begin doing those applications. This is going to be so important for people to get started with those FEMA applications.
I know as a state senator, and you're right in the thick of this right now, so the immediate needs are certainly most on your mind and keeping you busy. But I wonder if you're hopeful about the incoming Trump administration. Will they work to regulate the insurance industry to make sure people in high-risk areas can get coverage? Are you hearing those questions from folks? I did hear one of the folks, our correspondent, interviewed, who said, I don't know if I'll be able to get insurance going forward, so I don't even know if it makes sense to rebuild.
I can't speak to what the incoming Trump administration has in mind in terms of regulating, the insurance industry. I can tell you here in California that those are conversations that, we're having right now. If this is something that the incoming president is interested in partnering in, he will certainly find a partner in me. He will certainly find a partner in California if he is serious about assisting our residents and those who have lost everything as a result of this fire. I will tell you that my constituents are very nervous about what the incoming Trump administration may do, especially given some of the recent executive orders that the Biden administration has signed to provide aid to California. And unfortunately, we have seen that aid be politicized. This is a time period where, these fires have impacted everyone, regardless of party, regardless of gender, of income. This fire does not care. And people have lost their homes. And so I really want to emphasize that to this incoming administration, that people need help. And that is what is most important. That is our job as government leaders, is to make sure that we are helping people.
An understandable plea. California State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, I'm glad to hear that you and your family are all well, and I wish you luck going forward. I know you are going to have a lot of work to do with your constituents. Thank you for being on the program.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We're now less than 2 weeks away from President-elect Donald Trump officially being sworn in for his second term in office.
That's right. And the longtime swing state of Florida turned bright red during the 2024 election. As News 6 anchor Matt Austin shows us, some local Republican leaders are already prepping to head to D.C. for Inauguration Day.
I, Donald John Trump. When President-elect Donald Trump takes the oath of office for a second time.
How are we feeling?
excited and very excited. Ready to go.
Yeah. Busloads of frigid Floridians will be in the audience.
We'll be outside for around 8 hours, maybe more, that morning. So the Floridians are all worried about how are we going to stay warm?
Orange County Republican Chair Aaron Huntley, OCPS School Board member Alicia Ferrant, and attorney Joan Towles Matthews all have their plans set.
I'm super excited to be a part of history and see President Trump get into office one more time.
So Florida is really the beacon of freedom for the country, and we are looking forward to bringing some of that freedom up to Washington, D.C.
Florida has added more than 1 million registered Republicans since 2020. Local Republicans say inauguration tickets are scarce, with some groups sending busloads of attendees. So I'll be headed to Washington, D.C. to cover the inauguration and the Central Florida residents who are making the trip. You can watch my live reports beginning January 19th right here on News 6. In studio, I'm Matt Austin.
Firefighting personnel.
All right, let's check in with Robert Kovacic. He's been covering the
burned out schools. My daughter's school is gone. We are the only entity that
I want, man.
Wilson Observatory.
The insurance.
Why is it?
Police, and I've said it, and I've got get the answer. Our insurance meetings that we are going to be having.
And out-of-state structure.
One of the most common questions I'm hearing from residents impacted, especially by the Eaton fire, is what do I do now and when can I go home? Our neighbors want to know where to go for immediate help, how to get information about their home, when they can return, and what long-term resources are available. I want people to know this evening at 4 p.m. there will be a virtual meeting for all residents impacted by the Eaton fire to get their questions answered. Rest assured, this is going to be just one of many of the virtual meetings that we are going to be having. We are going to allow the residents to be engaged and get the questions answered that they need to move forward. This morning, we heard from our Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, regarding what the Department of Insurance is doing to help people as they navigate the insurance coverage that they may or may not have. This is an important thing to note. Ricardo Lara has set up an 800 number, which I'm going to put up on our website. But I want you all to know that we are going to be working diligently with the state to make sure that those that are insured get the financial help they need. I'm also hearing that people, I know yesterday we announced that FEMA has set up a website, and I'm seeing that people are filling out the form and being denied. I'm following up on that to find out what is going on, because it is completely mind-boggling to me that people who have lost everything are filling out a form as told and then are getting an immediate denial. So if you have done that, please.
Yeah, you can't do it if you're in Compton.
Find out what's going
Get out
on
of here.
so that you all get the answers you deserve. If you have any questions and that you want answered during the meeting tonight, you can drop the questions in a chat during the live stream or submit them ahead of time via email to 2025.eaton@firenet.gov. Again, 2025.eaton, E-A-T-O-N, @firenet.gov. We've also extended the opportunity to utility companies to participate and answer your questions. I know that's another question we're getting is, when is my power going to come on? When is my gas going to come on? These are questions that we're going to be addressing tonight, so I would encourage you all to participate. And last but not least, and I've said it, and we've got elected town council up in the Altadena area, and I know of at least 4 have lost their homes. These are elected officials that are representing the community, and I want you all to know that they are with us. They'll be there on the virtual call tonight and are very, very, very much a part of the community, and I just want to acknowledge them because it's important for us to recognize that behind every single thing you're seeing on the TV, there are people's lives who have been impacted, and it is not lost on me. So with that, I'm going to introduce now Los Angeles County Fire Department Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on the Eaton fire.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. The Eaton fire is estimated to be 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We have over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed and 1,527 firefighting personnel on scene. Yesterday afternoon, the Eaton fire made a run towards historic Mount Wilson. The Mount Wilson Observatory and the telescope are undamaged thanks to the efforts of our firefighters and observatory staff. No buildings or infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed at Mount Wilson. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid and out-of-state fire partners for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of greatest need. The current red flag event that we are under right now will expire at 6 p.m. this evening. However, we do anticipate another red flag event beginning on Monday, and I can assure everybody that LA County will be prepared. Before I close, I would like to thank Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger for her unwavering support and leadership.
You can check male to female ratio.
The tireless efforts of all first responders who have put themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property. And to our residents impacted by this devastating fire siege, please rest assured that we will not stop until the fires are fully contained, and we will continue to be here for you as we plan for the repopulation, recovery, and rebuilding that will be occurring. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant Sheriff Myron Johnson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Better be a female. Oh, hold up. What's white person? That counts.
Well, good afternoon. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has deployed over 500 sheriff's personnel and still have actively deployed additional personnel to the fires. And that's in addition to our normal patrol staffing functions. Deputies have actively patrolled the evacuated areas and increased their presence in those areas for looting, deterrence, as well as burglary suppression efforts. Overall, the evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, Kenneth, and Lydia fires, evacuation orders approximately 100,053 residents are under evacuation orders, and approximately 57,830 structures remain at risk. Evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 50,837 structures remain at risk. As you heard our sheriff speak about yesterday and this morning, we have a curfew enacted in the affected areas. It's been established in the Palisades and the Eaton fire areas, and it's a mandatory evacuation zones, that will be in effect from 6 p.m. this afternoon until 6 a.m. tomorrow until further notice. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent looting in areas where residents have been evacuated. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the impacted areas unless you're an authorized personnel member such as a fire representative or an emergency first responder. Anyone found in violation of the curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor under LA County Code Section 2.68.320, and conviction of that section results in a fine up to $1,000 and jail time. We understand this is an extremely stressful and challenging moment for our residents in this community, but we appreciate the public's cooperation and we will work together during this crisis. We also have additional assets from the National Guard that are assisting in law enforcement efforts during this catastrophe. We requested the National Guard's assistance yesterday. Several National Guard members arrived last night and were deployed in the Eaton fire area and are assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection efforts. As additional National Guard personnel arrive, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment to both the areas in collaboration with LAPD, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, and Arcadia Police Department. There continues to be criminal activity in the Eaton area, and we continue to make additional arrests since yesterday, but these numbers are still fluctuating and we're gathering the information. In total, we have made about 18 arrests between Eaton and the Palisades fire, 15 in Eaton and then 3 in Palisades. Charges include possession of narcotics, possession of burglary tools, burglary, identity theft, looting. One suspect was on active parole and was also charged with possession of a concealed firearm. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 8 deaths in our jurisdiction, 6 in the Eaton fire area and 2 in the Palisades County area. Our Homicide Bureau is working closely with the LA County Coroner's Office to respond to any deaths that have been reported. Our detectives have started to process certain investigations related to the fire, but they have to wait for access due to the dangerous conditions that still exist, such as downed power lines, leaking gas, and spot fires that are occurring. And just as Chief Maroney indicated, I'd like to acknowledge the hardworking men and women out there on the front line, making sure this community is safe. And this department is dedicated to apply every resource we have to be with you until we can get a handle on this tragic event. And now with that, I'd like to introduce Operations Section Chief Don Fergulia.
Can I take liberty? I just, when I was done, I turned around and my colleague, Supervisor Janice Hahn, is here and would like to say a few words, but I want to publicly thank you, Supervisor Hahn, because I know that you've been working as Metro Chair to help navigate the transportation system as it relates to the impact of these fires. So with that, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I'm here to support you in any way. These fires have not touched the 4th Supervisorial District per se. I'm here supporting you, and thank you for your tremendous leadership on this. I've been touring your communities here in Altadena, and I am, like everyone else, devastated by what I'm seeing. Thanks again to the men and women in the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, CAL FIRE, all the fire departments that are here. And I specifically wanted to come see some of the stations that were from the 4th District. So some of my men and women from the 4th District are here. I talked to Norwalk, Paramount, I think Commerce is here. So I just wanted to tell them thank you for coming, and just make sure everybody realizes these firefighters are not going home, right? They are here round the clock. Appreciate everybody who's feeding them, who's making sure that they have an opportunity to sleep and take naps. Thank you for that. They have been amazing. But as Supervisor Barger said, as the chair of Metro, I've been on the phone with the CEO of Metro, Stephanie Wiggins, to get regular updates about our system. Big news is we will continue the free fares throughout the weekend. So free fares on our buses and trains through the weekend. Also, our system is very resilient. Since the fire started on Tuesday, only 2% of our buses have been canceled, none for the trains. And Metro will be unveiling this afternoon an overlay map that will show the evacuation centers around the county as it relates to the metro system and stations. So that will be available to the public this afternoon. We know that keeping people moving, even during a disaster like that, is important. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Good day, everybody. My name is Don Fraguglia. I'm the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5. I'm going to give you a quick operational update for the fire today. As it stands. You got me now. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank as we're looking up the hill here in Santa Anita Canyon as we come into the community of Sierra Madre. A lot of really good progress here along the fire's edge, mop-up patrol, and we expect to gain significant containment in this area this afternoon and this evening after we feel a little bit more comfortable and the red flag warning expires. We realize that there's a lot of work in here, and it's going to take many, many days for us to get through all the damage that has occurred here in the front country. So we ask for patience, and we know that that's not very easy, but that is what we are asking for at this time. As we move across the fire down here along the 210 corridor into Altadena area, again, this area still has a ton of activity going on in it, not just fire suppression, but also damage assessment, things of that nature. We're really diligent about what we're doing in there, and we want to continue those efforts as the days progress. As we come up here into the general area of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're looking really good through all of this red on the map you see here. Boots on the ground are engaged. We're mopping up. We're using rotor wing. We're using aircraft in this area to hold this corner. We know this corner is critical for us, so we're making good progress here. As we move into the forest, into the general area, Mount Wilson was already mentioned. We did have to defensive fire around that last night, and everything's looking really good up there. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have more work to do up there, and we're ready to receive it, though, should that become necessary.
Are you ready to
Down the hill into Chantry Flat and the Santa Anita River. Again, very challenging terrain for the troops out there. We're going to keep going after it, and in the coming days, you should see less and less smoke. So thank you very much. And next, Jason Schillinger, Unified IC.
I'm going to let you take that one. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. Like my Operations Section Chief mentioned, my name is Jason Schillinger, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. And to my side over here, I have several of my other Unified Incident Commanders with me today. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest sympathy to the families and individuals affected by this devastating event. We recognize the fear and uncertainty certainly you may be feeling, and our hearts are with you during this challenging time. Our top priority remains the safety and well-being of all residents and emergency personnel involved. We are also grateful for the support of all agencies who sent resources to our aid. Mutual aid agreements and cooperations with surrounding areas have been essential in containing the fire and protecting more lives and property. Firefighters are working around the clock in difficult conditions to ensure that this fire is contained and that no further lives and property are put in danger. We are confident that we are making significant progress, but it is important to remain on guard and follow safety advisories. I want to remind everyone that the safety of our community and first responders is our highest priority. At this time, evacuation orders remain in place in many areas, and we urge all residents to follow the directives immediately. Our Unified Incident Command Team has been in constant contact with state and local agencies to ensure that we have the resources needed to deal with this fire. We have 2 incident management teams assigned here. One team is focusing on suppression and one team is focusing on recovery, but both of our teams are focusing on one common goal. While we are not out of the woods yet, I'm confident in our ability to continue working together and to get through this crisis. The fire will be contained and we will rebuild stronger than before. In the coming days, we will be providing additional updates as the situation evolves. It is also important to note that investigations into the cause of this fire is ongoing, and we will share the information as soon as it becomes available. We are committed to transparency and ensuring that all factors are thoroughly examined. I ask for you continued cooperation and patience Please remain alert to updates from local authorities, and if you have not already done so, follow all the evacuation orders and advisories. We will continue to work relentlessly to ensure that the situation is evolved and quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before we open it up to questions, I want to acknowledge State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who's been to each and every one of these press briefings.
You gotta end it in a woman, of course.
As well as Assembly Member John Harabadian. Thank you as well.
No,
and
wait.
also our city representative from the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge, Michael Davitt.
Oh.
Thank you for being here. And then we've got U.S. Fire Administration Dr. Moore Merrill, right back here. Thank you as well. As well as U.S. Forest Service Chief Garcia. Thank you. So with that, we will open it up. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's too much white up in there.
Our fire chiefs from the city of Sierra Madre, Chief Bartlett, Fire Chief from the city of Pasadena, Chad Augustin.
Oh.
So now with that, we'll open it up for questions, correct? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. That'll conclude our speakers today. So if you have a question, please state your name and the agency, and raise your hand, and we'll have our PIO come to you, and we'll direct your question at who you'd like to go to.
Craig Figner. Arcadia Fire Chief.
Oh, shit. Mama's not happy that Trident ate her food. Mama's eating the leftovers.
Worked well. Supervisor, I wanted to ask you, there were a lot of people who wanted to get past the National Guardsmen, or Guards people, the troops, to get to property, to get clothes, medicine, and they had proper ID. They didn't seem to be troublemakers, and they were really bothered by that. I understand there's been a change in the instructions, so long as it's not during those curfew hours of, 6 p to 6 a.
So I'm heading up there after this to find out what's going on. I mean, there's no question in my mind that I was on the way here, talked to a family that's lost their home, and they want to get up there, and their experience was different. They were allowed in, showing proper ID. We've got to be consistent, but we also have to recognize there are people that are going up there and doing things that are criminal. And, you know, I loved the fact that we talked about the arrest, but I think I love most is we have a DA, Nathan Hochman, who said he's going to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. So I want that to be taken, and I want everyone to hear it, and I'm going to make sure, I'm going to follow each and every one of those cases to make sure that it does occur. But I'm going to follow up on that, and we'll get a clarification. I mean, the National Guard came in pretty fast, very fast, and we want to make sure we've got a consistent message. I know I've talked to also constituents who've said that the sheriffs have been very, very compassionate and given grace and let them go up, especially if they want to get their medications. So we're going to be working on that, so stay tuned.
Thank you. Hi, Supervisor. Quick question here. Jason Hamilton from Tri-County News. I have a question about donations. Have been a lot of people have reached out to me, major corporations, for example, that would like to make some significant donations to help out with people that are still left behind. I've suggested things like chainsaws, rakes, gloves, respirators, masks, things like that. 2 points. A, can you? Is there a list or a cohesive page that someone could go to look for things that might be necessary to donate? And B, is there a person of contact that's not necessarily the Red Cross that's more localized that we can get these items to that and get distributed to the residents that are in need of those things?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. I know yesterday when I was coming over here, Homeboys dropped off a huge order. They wanted to get up into the community. So, I mean, it's across as horrible as this is, you see the best in people. You also see the worst, but you see the best. And you can visit LAWorks, all one word, laworks.com/2025fires to get more information. I know that Flint Ridge Center, Octavia's Bookshelf are also accepting and distributing donations. So you can reach out, and Octavia's is an amazing bookstore, by the way. But you can go ahead and reach out to them as well. They're accepting donations, and they're going to distribute them into the community. Thank you. And we'll make sure through our Emergency Operations Center that the information is up there as well, because we are getting asked about that. And I would say this, and the DA touched on it this morning. You've got scams taking place. You've got GoFundMe that are not legitimate. Please go to a website, and if it doesn't pass the smell test or if it sounds too good to be true, run it by you call my office, for God's sakes. I'll flush it out for you, but please do not fall for these scams. And I'm sorry that I even have to say it, but especially the GoFundMe. I've talked to people that already have seen GoFundMe, and they take a picture off of Facebook and put it up there of a family, and they say, we're devastated, we lost everything, and then you see the donations start. And they start low, by the way, with the donation amount they want, and then they keep increasing it. Because when you start low and you hit it, you can keep increasing it, but if you don't hit it, you don't get the money. So be cognizant of the fact that there are scammers out there, and by the way, if you're caught, the DA is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
There have been a number of water distributions throughout Pasadena and Altadena. Can you talk about the status of the water in the local area?
You mean in terms of boiling?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you do that?
I'll break out question that with you because we don't have someone from the water here to talk about that, but we'll break out and we'll do an interview on the sidebar after that, if that's okay. Do we have any other questions?
And my understanding is on Pasadena's website there is a map outlining where, if you live in a certain proximity area, that you have to boil your water. So they are on a boil water alert for certain parts of the areas impacted by the fires. But we'll get you more information on that.
Hi, I'm Morgan from ABC News. I'm wondering if anyone's here to speak specifically about the level of devastation in Altadena. I saw a local official quote as saying that perhaps only a dozen or so homes are left in the area. Is anyone able to confirm that or speak on that?
I'm sorry, they said that there's only about a dozen or so homes left in there. Well, that is an exaggeration, but I will tell you, it looks like a war zone. I've never seen anything like it. You can go blocks where there's no homes, and then you go a block where you'll see a little bit of smoldering on a tree, but none of the homes have been impacted. We don't have a final number yet, do we, Chief Maroney?
No, we don't.
No, but there's no question that especially around Eaton Canyon, I was absolutely shocked is not even a word for the destruction that it caused in that area. And then I went up to Farnsworth Park, and gone. So we'll have a final number, but there are homes standing, especially as you head more toward Lincoln. But it's spotty. I mean, this fire was unpredictable. You had the winds going every which way and going strong, so you could have embers traveling miles, which is what we saw. And so that's why we had this like a whack-a-mole.
Hi, Ashley Mackey with ABC7. A couple of residents who have been displaced, have asked me about mail and how they get that and forward it to them, and holding packages, Amazon, that kind of thing. What should I tell them?
So the U.S. Post Office, and I think it's going to be at the Lincoln branch, is going to be holding mail. They're not delivering, obviously, for obvious reasons. But those that have been impacted by the fire, they can reach out to the Post Office, and they are coordinating an effort to make sure that people get access to their mail. And then for those that who still have their homes but are not getting mail delivered, they're going to be coordinating that as well. So that's going to be rolled out to the United States Postal Service, but they are on top of it. Thank you for that question.
That will conclude our press conference. Anyone that would like to break out, we'll have Spanish-speaking PIOs along with other POs on the side. Thank you all for coming, and stay safe out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I knew that.
I met with them yesterday, and they let me know that. So they'll give it for free.
Dude, she's like ready. Alright, Simon felt the need to take a little bit runny of a shit. So I decided to put a little bit on a piece of bread. Make a little something out of it. What? Mama. Damn, man. I just put that there. Man, crazy. She came right up front of the house and was like, romp. Man, it really is back to old. Hey, back to old times now that Tux is gone. What happened to him? No! Stop it! Knock it off. Jeez. You just take
work and having less of an.
Oh. Man, mama. Where was she eating all this time? And now all of a sudden she's gonna even want to eat here? I kind of liked it better with Tux, man. It wasn't as expensive. When it was just him, I was just feeding Tux pretty much. But now all the cats are coming back.
Could the man accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on video get away with murder? While the immediate response would seem to clearly be no, considering the evidence, legal analysts say there is a chance, however small, Luigi Mangione could avoid a murder conviction. Increasing public sympathy for Mangione could result in what's called jury nullification, despite the large amount of evidence stacked against him, according to some legal experts. Jury nullification is exactly that. A jury returns a not guilty verdict, even though all the jurors believe beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did what he is accused of. Mangione has been charged with multiple counts of murder, including murder as an act of terrorism under federal law, as well as facing state charges in New York and Pennsylvania. He faces the death penalty in the federal charges, while the maximum sentence for the state charges is life in prison without parole. Prosecutors say the two cases will be tried in mostly the same way, with the state charges expected to go to trial first. Since his arrest, Mangione has gained many supporters, a lot of them posting sympathetic messages online or creating fan accounts. They've even raised thousands on crowdfunding sites to pay for his legal defense fund. Many see Mangione's alleged crimes as a form of protest against the American healthcare system. Court proceedings in Mangione's case were slated to start January 18th, but the deadline for indictment has been pushed to February 17th after both prosecutors and Mangione's attorneys told a federal court they need more time to prepare. Stay up to date on all the latest developments in this story by downloading the Straight Arrow News app today.
I know it's difficult to do, but if you
I definitely don't think homies should be freed. You can't just kill people and go free for it.
spend a little bit of time with a real life insurance agent, not just on the internet, but trust a real professional that gets to know a little bit about your lifestyle, a little bit about your home, get to that right, price with respect to getting it fully covered. And I just know most people don't like to do it because most people talk about spending money. Most people don't want to talk about insurance.
Those people with that insurance that they had, they chose that insurance company.
Like this.
No, that's true. And do you think in
that
a situation
insurance company
like
might
this,
be known for denying claims left and right? they chose to stay with them, even though they can look into their insurance company and see, if they're reputable or not.
Will see this coverage and say to themselves, okay,
consumer's
maybe we should
fault.
call and see what our policy is.
I hope so. I mean, the truth of the matter is we have floods that are happening all over. If you're by a river or you're by an ocean, we have hurricanes. We're having huge hailstorms. We're having freeze damage claims. We have earthquakes and now wildfires in the Great West that we're having on a very regular basis, all because of climate change. And all of us need to really seriously take a look at the insurance coverage we've got. Most of the time, there's no loss and things go by just perfectly. But when the loss happens, the type of insurance coverage you bought, who you bought it from is extraordinarily important. Most of us don't want to talk about it, but truly it's a very important product.
Yeah, that's so true.
Some are much better than others.
Move to another major headline.
Luigi, he didn't even use that guy's insurance company, and he went after him, which is even weirder.
Reportedly dropped 72,000 fire insurance policies back in 2024, including
stupid.
about 1,600 policies in Pacific
guy
Palisades,
never denied
which were
him.
dropped by State Farm back in July. Can you talk about why an insurance company would drop someone and what they can do if that happens to them?
Well, I've often said, and this is from the policyholder standpoint, insurance companies want to take the sure bet, the loss that never happens. They'd insure you if you wanted to insure the Brooklyn Bridge because you would never be able to collect on a loss from the Brooklyn Bridge. But the truth of the matter is there's a battle that's going on in most of the states between many of the larger insurance carriers, including State Farm, regarding what an appropriate rate ought to be, and then what the insurance commissioners and consumers think the appropriate rate ought to be. There's been, and this is not just isolated to California, this goes on throughout the United States. One of the leveraging facts that many of the major carriers that have had large market shares in the past have used is that, well, if you don't agree with us and you don't raise the rate as much as we're looking for, we're just going to go ahead and leave. Oh, but we're just going to leave the property insurance market. We're still going to insure your car. We still want your life insurance. And I think the states are starting to catch on that this type of leverage isn't quite right. And I think the dialogue needs to change. It doesn't mean insurance companies should be, losing money and be forced to lose money. Obviously, that's not the case. They're making plenty of money in most states. They're just not making as much as what they want. But that's a debate that's going to continue for a pretty long time as consumers want to pay one thing, insurance companies want to make more profit, quite frankly, in the future, and for sure profit.
No, that's right. And Chip, can you also explain what this process is going to look like for people that went through just hell in the last couple of days, noticing and feeling that pain of losing their home? How long is this process going to take from what they see right now that's on the ground into whenever they can rebuild a home or get money to do whatever they want to for next? How long does that look like? What does the timeline look like?
A lot longer than what you think. I often tell people that are faced like this, the first thing to get a hold of, and for everybody who's, if you have a friend or a loved one, they need some emotional support. And it's not just a minor thing. Statistics are, and these after large catastrophes, there's a higher incidence of drug use, divorce, criminal activity from people that would never be doing this because people are trying to cope with the loss of everything that they've got. Most of us, especially for our homes, we have all of our memories tied up in there, our photographs, everything, and all the things that we've collected. And now you have to go back, recount all those things to make your insurance claim. It is an endeavor that it takes a large emotional toll that I've seen thousands of times in my career. And I truly think people should be reaching out, getting professional help. They should know that there's counselors out there. Don't be embarrassed about it. I really do think people's mental well-being afterwards is at risk for this, because the truth of the matter, if your home burns down and you're in a neighborhood like this, 10,000 structures, it's going to take a while to find that many contractors to go out there, get everything fixed. Typically, it takes 2-3 years. There's areas I've been back up to in Northern California that's had this go through. Even in Malibu, some of my clients just had their homes completely rebuilt last year. Now they're concerned they're going to get fire damaged again. So not for everybody a quick process, and it takes the better part in a community a decade sometimes to get completely rebuilt.
Yeah, that's so true. Chip, also, I think a lot of people want to know this answer to this question. What happens if a person, okay, their home is destroyed and, you know, they're in this community neighborhood where everything else is destroyed around them? Do they have to rebuild there, or could they go somewhere else with the money when they eventually get it?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the truth of the matter is most insurance policies allow you to rebuild anywhere you want. And you don't have to rebuild back there. You can take that same amount of money to rebuild somewhere else and still get replacement costs rebuilding somewhere else. Every insurance policy is different, but I'd say about 95% of them allow you to rebuild, not on that location, but somewhere else, so long as it's back to rebuilding a home for a home and a business for a business. You can go use that money anywhere you want. And unfortunately, there's some communities that never get rebuilt, just because of that. The community afterward, and these are for policy leaders, should very quickly, now, today, tomorrow, start getting other people that are committed to the community about what are we going to do, to rebuild our community, to rebuild it back better, to rebuild it back more resilient so this will never happen again, so that our neighbors, our brothers and sisters will want to move back here and we have a thriving neighborhood, maybe better than it was before. There are other areas in the country that have done this. FEMA has a great dialogue how to do this. Colorado Springs did it after their wildfires as well. So there is some history that we can copy from that.
All right, Chip Merlin, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation, and I know these questions will continue to be coming for so many out there in Southern California. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
This type of video has always been cringe, so of course the Democrats got together and made one.
Okay.
Let's watch it with a little modification.
Here we go.
We have differences.
And some disagreements. But Senate Democrats are fiercely united on this.
We are not here because of who we are against.
We are here because of who we are for.
Every one of us
Was elected to fight for working Americans.
for American families.
For you.
For you.
For you. We're here to make housing more affordable.
To help working Americans keep more of their hard-earned paychecks.
To lower the cost of child care.
Prescription drugs.
And yes, groceries.
To help small businesses thrive.
And every child have a safe and great public education.
We are here to fight.
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 To fight for Americans.
We will work with anyone.
Anyone.
If they want to make life better for you. But
If Donald Trump and Senate Republicans
do things to hurt you.
We will fight.
We will fight.
If they come after affordable health care.
If they pursue policies that drive up costs.
If they ignore the threat of climate change.
They will have to come through us. Through us.
Through us.
This is a new Congress.
It is a new day.
We are united.
Determined. Ready.
The 119th Congress has begun.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get to work.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get started.
They pay for that stupid shit.
But
How frustrating is that?
It's just like sick. It's twisted to me. All these people, we lost everything. My friends, they lost, and then they're trying to come up. It's like, it's heartbreaking. It's like, just let people like have their moment and try to like get through the times and get through this, and not like just please.
The looters.
Let us live. You know.
He's
Let
a
us get
looter.
through this.
He's actually a looter.
Please stay away. You know.
A desperate call from, residents
incognito.
like Chris Clinton here. And
No, I live right here. I just found out my home is gone.
Taking it into their own hands.
Yeah, I just found out, man. Yeah, it's sitting right there. Oh, Fido.
Look after their friends' homes, even though it's been decimated.
Yeah, I heard there's looters around here.
Their community, they're hurting right now.
Outta here.
But they are the community, like you said. And so hopefully that
I swear
that
half the
love
people they talk to are
spreads instead of
looters.
all of
They
this
seem
hate
like
and
it.
crime that people are bringing into this neighborhood, not just this one, but all over Southern
Oh, let me
California right
rewind
now.
this.
I'll send it back to you.
yeah, but
Well, let's be the judge. Is this guy a looter?
Faber, and checked through some stuff, and you know, I'm finding just, you know, little things. It's amazing what makes it and what doesn't.
Yeah. And the thing is, what makes it and what didn't. Your mom's house, thankfully, it was saved because after you went and dropped her down,
In
Venice,
in Venice, and then we made it back into the house, and I brought two of my friends, Nima and Germana, with me, and we put out all the spot fires just around, and 2 houses were burning next to me. 2 houses stayed. The house across the street stayed. You know, Patty's house stayed. I mean, it's really bizarre. Somebody said it's kind of like whack-a-mole. Like
That's
what
God.
houses
God chose
stayed.
you.
I mean, the lower stuff, the lower Marquez, really got flattened. You know, but up Lockman, there's still a few houses that are still standing.
You said you were first starting to use buckets, and then you moved up to like sprinklers.
Yeah, we just started using our hands. We were using coolers and using buckets and using our hands and doing anything. We weren't as prepared as we should have been. But then we started getting, pumps up. Some people donated some stuff to us that we got through the lines, and then we've been fighting it with just.
Whatever you can.
Yeah, with whatever I can. And that's what we do as Palisadians.
I know. And you said you were feeling so strong about saving your whoever, in any way.
My dad did it, the fire of, in the 80s. My dad fought it, and so I was like...
he's a long...
I don't know,
long heritage
that's...
And what keeps you coming back? You love this community.
This is, this is not, this is...
Palisadians are weird.
I love it. I am this, this is my home. This is, I
They
know
actually are weird.
like the back of my hand. I mean, this is what's home. I mean, I lived all over, everywhere, but this is where my mom still lives. My mom's not
I've been
gonna
watching.
leave. And, and the fire's not going to take her. And we're going to keep the house, and
you told me you haven't slept since the first day, and it's getting you so emotional.
it gets me a little kooky, not sleeping, but, we just got to keep fighting. And there's still
They're
spot fires.
hipsters
There's
or
still
something.
all this stuff still smoldering. There's still things coming up. I mean, so, and we're all doing what we can. I know the fire department, they're amazing. There was stuff in the Highlands
sound
last
like
night that was
Californians
going up.
when they talk.
Those guys are killing it. And there's just not enough people. There's fires everywhere.
And the crazy part is you
I
even
remember-
actually saw some looters around your neighborhood.
I did.
Tell me about that.
I mean,
You had to fight them off, literally.
I mean, they were saying the right stuff, doing the right things.
They're the
making the right
stereotypical
moves.
Californian.
And then we start. They're like, yeah, put out the things. And then the cops roll up. Oh, yeah, just call some people in. And then we start putting the stuff out. And then they got a couple things, and they did.
Yeah.
And we
How frustrating is that?
It's just like sick. It's twisted to me. All these people, we lost everything. My friends, they lost, and then they're trying to come up. It's like, it's heartbreaking. It's like, just let people like have their moment and try to like get through the times and get through this, and not like, just please let us live. Let us get through this. Please stay away.
A desperate call from, residents like Chris Clinton here and his buddies who are just literally taking it into their own hands, not only save their properties, putting out spot fires, look after their friends' homes, even though it's been decimated, fighting off looters. I mean, these are people who love their community. They're hurting right now, but they are the community, like you said. And so hopefully that love spreads instead of all of this hate and crime that people are bringing into this neighborhood, not just this one, but all over Southern California right now. I'll send it back to you.
It is wonderful to see neighbors helping neighbors,
Yeah.
that is for sure. Well, in Altadena, businesses near Lake Avenue burned to ash, and a local hardware store serving the community for more than a century is among the rubble.
Our Joy Benedict reports the owner is already beginning to consider how to rebuild and serve neighbors doing the same.
There's just so much heartbreak out here in Altadena, especially when we're dealing with the businesses and the business district near Lake Avenue. And that's where we are right now, as this was once a very popular hardware store here in this community. And as you can see, it is no more. We were here a couple of days ago when it was burning. And I'm joined now by the hardware owner. Jimmy, I can't even believe how you're feeling right now. How long have you owned this hardware store?
We've been here, we've owned the store since 2010. The store's been here a lot longer than that, though.
Do you know how long this store has been such a staple in the community?
Forever. I mean, it's been 100 years, at least.
Yeah. I mean, when you closed up on Tuesday, did you imagine that would be the last time?
No idea. No idea. I mean, we saw the fire. We actually helped my parents evacuate because they were closest to the canyon. We never thought it would get anywhere close to the store.
And when did you realize it did?
It was probably about 8:30 in the morning. Next to us is the bike store. He was actually the owner of that store. Steve Salinas was with me on my neighbor's roof, helping us keep her house from catching on fire. And then my dad actually was able to come by here, and he said the store was on fire. It was gone.
I mean, just looking around today as we're walking through, and I see the shelves that used to hold something, but I'm not sure what they are. I mean, what do you even think or imagine when you look at all of this?
It's just disgust. I mean, we're just heartbroken. You know, so much work. You know, and all my employees, you know, they all love this store. They were a big part of why this store was so great. And, you know, I had to tell them there's no store. But
how many employees do you have?
I think we have about 15. But we are going to rebuild. We're already in the process of trying to build a temporary store out front. We've already talked to True Value. They're going to help us with whatever.
Dude, I just ate 2 sandwiches. They're all going to
help us. You know,
not drinking is turning me into a lard ass.
Servicing the community again.
Yeah, because the one thing you need in this sort of a disaster is a hardware store.
Exactly. So we have to rebuild. We have to get stuff here as quick as possible.
Well, I love hearing the optimism. I'm so sorry you're dealing with all of this. If there's anything the community can do, if we can do, please know we're all here for you.
I'm getting fat. Dude, it's not going to make my arms bigger.
How is she doing, by the way?
She's doing okay. She lives very close, so she's trying to get stuff. They're over by the beach, so they're trying to get some of their essentials.
Yeah, is her house okay?
Her house is fine.
And that is
make them hurt.
That we can
very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. One of so many businesses that are going to have to make that decision to rebuild or to possibly not do so. And it is certainly good to hear that this one is choosing to rebuild just as quickly as possible. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Joy. Well, KCAL News reporter Luz Delia Caballero is in the Palisades, where the scope of the destruction is still hard to grasp. So many homes have been lost.
And as people evacuated Tuesday, many left behind their cars. Well, now people are coming back trying to get them.
It is another day where we continue to see the vast devastation that the Palisades fire has wreaked in this area. I mean, we are talking about total losses, homes, cars, anything, you name it, homes reduced to rubble and ashes. This is an entire community that has been wiped. On both sides of the street, you see there home after home after home burned to the ground, and firefighters at this time are just focusing their efforts on continuing to put out hot spots. We saw them earlier rushing to the home. While the hot spot was small, it quickly grew. All it needs is the perfect storm. Wind picks up, embers blow, and then they'll go to the next structure. While there aren't many structures left behind in this area, they are just trying to reduce the impact of this fire that continues to burn. As we were coming up Sunset Boulevard off of Palisades Drive, we saw the street where dozens of people were forced to leave their cars as they were fleeing this fire on Tuesday.
Buy my groceries, everything is gone. My church is gone, everything. My friends lost everything. My cousin, they lost everything. And
this is a complete tragedy, and it's families like the Trejo family. These are the stories that we're going to be hearing for the next couple of weeks, months, years, as this community just tries to rebuild. Thank you for sharing with us, and we hope that you can get the support that you need. I'll get that from you in just a bit, but we just, our hearts go to all the families that are coming home to find this, just nothing as they look at what was once their front walkway to their homes, to where their entries were, and not being able to salvage anything here. So the fire department is here still cleaning up hot spots. The law enforcement is out here to make sure that people are staying safe if they do get in here. But really, it's still not really accessible or safe for anyone to really be back here and start picking up the pieces to rebuild once again. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Starantino, KCAL News.
All right, Amanda, thank you. Well, our coverage of these fires will continue after a short break.
We'll be right back with another update on the fires still burning across our area.
Why don't you have to say KCAL News?
And it's not just about protecting people and property. Pets also need relief from these fires. The Pasadena Humane Society says it's taken in more than 300 animals. Staff says many of them, including dogs, cats, and birds, are coming in with burns.
Shit.
The veterinary team is now treating them.
I've never seen a burned
shelter is
bird
asking
before.
for monetary donations to help provide them with emergency care. Pasadena Humane says it
hell is that,
expects
a
to get
monkey?
even more injured animals in the coming days.
You see that cat
Raccoon,
with the
maybe?
whiskers that were melted. It's, boy, these poor animals. They have no idea what's going on. Boy, it's great to see the Pasadena Humane Society helping out.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel. And
Excited about the subscribe button. Oh shit. What? Really? What the fuck? Spamming symbol. Dude, I gotta turn Nightbot off. It's fucking being stupid. Sorry about that.
She disappeared.
Yo, yo. You got me?
Yeah. I didn't think it had any of them on. Fucking crazy. Just stupid. Oh, none of this should be on. What the fuck? It's all on? Crazy. Alright, yeah, now it's all off. Well, you were never here, I guess. On that note, I'm gonna take off, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm ready to go though. Anyway, that sucks. That's a lot of messages. Just got everything you just said just got deleted. Everything you said all day long over the past 6.5 hours of stream just got deleted. Fucking bullshit. I really wish that wasn't a thing for timeouts. I don't know why timeouts delete every message that someone said. There should be a button for doing that specifically, and a button for making it so somebody can't say anything else. Why do I want to combine the two of them? Just because you said like, I should be able to delete your messages if I want, but not like both platforms do that stupid shit too. You can't time somebody out without deleting their message. Whatever. But yeah, the bot did it. I didn't even know the bot was modded. Crazy. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Mary Morgan. I'm taking off now. You too, Miss Fungal. Everybody else. Sister T. Ed Thomas, Joker Tover. Savage Lee. Mark Hopper. Brody YYC, Mark Bass. Everybody else. Everybody else. Toker. All right, take it easy, y'all. Ted.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.